Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome on behalf of the International Solar Alliance Secretariat. May we kindly request of you to please take your seats. A couple of housekeeping rules. Kindly keep your mobile phones on vibration. The International Solar Alliance Secretariat is delighted to extend a warm welcome to all esteemed delegates joining us here for the 6th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for the Europe and the Others region. The 2 days promise to be of great learning, excitement, and an action-oriented agenda, and we are delighted to have you all join us. Without further ado, may I kindly request the Federal Republic of Germany, the chair of today's meeting, to continue with the proceedings.
Esteemed co-chairs of the Regional Committee meeting, esteemed Director General Ashish Khanna, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends of the International Solar Alliance. Minister Reiche, who sends her regards, asked me to deliver some opening remarks on behalf of Germany's Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. While I do not want to preempt the Commissioner's speech later today, as part of Team Europe, I also would like to welcome you on behalf of the European Commission, who are hosting us here today. Together with our friends and colleagues from Italy, Germany has the honor to take on one of the ISA vice presidencies this year and next, representing us, the Europe and Others regional group. We take this task and responsibility seriously, not least because we convene at a pivotal moment in the global energy transition. At COP28 in Dubai in late 2023, the world agreed on the UAE consensus of tripling renewable energy capacity, doubling down on energy efficiency by 2030, as well as on transitioning away from fossil fuel. Solar energy will play a crucial role in turning these aspirations into reality. At the same time, in addition to being crucial in our fight against climate change, solar energy also strengthens our energy security by boosting independence from fossil fuel imports. And it can strongly contribute to driving economic prosperity and creation of quality jobs. The Europe and Others region represents some of the world's most advanced economies, innovation leaders, and green tech champions. We possess the technological expertise, financial resources, and institutional capacity necessary to drive and inspire this transformation. During our vice presidency, Germany stands ready to work collaboratively within our group towards a regional vision for the International Solar Alliance. Of course, as vice presidency, we rely on your support to this end. Dear colleagues, the solar transition represents both a global imperative and an outstanding opportunity for international cooperation. The International Solar Alliance can make a significant contribution to the accelerated expansion of solar energy through international cooperation and expertise. As we convene today, we reaffirm our collective commitment to not only advancing solar energy, but also to ensuring that its benefits reach each and every corner of the world. The International Solar Alliance has grown into a truly global platform with 123 member and signatory countries and a doubling of active engagements since 2022. Today's regional committee meeting is a timely opportunity to shape the next phase of ISA's global agenda. Over the coming days, we will dive into ISA's strategic pillars. The Catalytic Finance Hub, which aims to unlock investment in underserved markets through instruments such as the Global Solar Facility, the Africa Solar Facility, and the Multi-Donor Trust Fund. Technology roadmap and policy to co-develop roadmaps and regulatory frameworks that foster investment and innovation. The Global Capability Center and digitalization, where ISA is establishing a global capability center in India, envisioned as a Silicon Valley for solar to foster innovation, research and development, and knowledge exchange. Regional and country level engagement through a selective platform for aggregation and scaling, such as the SITS platform, focusing on e-tendering and e-procurement. These strategic pillars will help shape ISA's long-term engagement with data-driven technologies to enhance solar deployment. We will also discuss deeper collaboration through ISA events, such as the upcoming International Solar Festival 2025, the CEO Caucus, and ISA's pavilion at COP30. I wish us all an engaging committee meeting. Share your insights, explore new ideas to strengthen our alliance and build the foundations for a cleaner, more secure energy future. Thank you. I would now like to request DG to give the opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Vice Presidents of the International Solar Alliance Assembly from Europe and other regions, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, Honorary Councillors, and other dignitaries. As an incoming Director General, this is my first RCM, and first RCMs are always special. Thank you very much. May I, with the permission of the Chair, perhaps it will be great to have a very quick round of introductions, just specifying the name and the agency that you are representing, because we'll be spending 1.5 days. I'm Ashish Khanna, Director General, International Solar Alliance.
Permission granted. Tobias Rinke from the Ministry, Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy in Germany.
Good morning. My name is Konstantin Schröter. I'm a Senior Policy Officer at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Cassinis from the European Commission Director General for Energy.
Good morning. I'm Asatur Vartanyan, Deputy Minister of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure of the Republic of Armenia.
Good morning. My name is Andreas Chari from the Permanent Representation of Cyprus on Energy Affairs.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Francesco Curvaro, Italian Special Envoy for Climate Change.
Morning, I'm Elena Schiera from the Energy Unit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Italy.
Good morning. My name is Mauricio Belaunde from the Permanent Representation of Austria to the EU.
Good morning, my name is Victoria Grgic and I'm also with the Permanent Representation of Austria to the EU.
Good morning, I'm Micah Melnick. I am the representative of the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources of Canada here in Europe.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carlos Sordo. I work for GOGLA, industry association representing over 200 off-grid solar companies. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Petra Schmitter with the International Water Management Institute.
Good morning. My name is Christoph Podewils. I'm the Secretary General of the European Solar Manufacturing Council.
Good morning. George Van Montfort, United Nations Development Programme. morning. Chris Hagedorn, professor at Sciences Po University in Paris, also president of the Consortium for Sustainable Agrivoltaics. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Urška Dolinšek. I'm the energy attaché for Slovenia here at the permanent representation.
Good morning. My name is Johannes de Milo, and I'm a counselor at the Embassy of Monaco here in Brussels.
Good morning from me as well. I'm the ambassador of North Macedonia to EU, Zulf Ismaili.
Good morning. It's Ersin Baki from the mission of North Macedonia to the EU.
Good morning. Vladislav Kaim, Energy Secretary at Moldovan Mission to the European Union here in Brussels.
Good morning, Jean Dironco from Luxembourg, the Ministry of Economy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexander Meyer. I'm the Energy Attaché at the Permanent Representation of Sweden to the EU. Glad to be here.
Good morning. My name is Marisa Olano. I come from Spain, from the Ministry for Ecological Transition, and I work at the Spanish Energy Agency, IDAE.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Ioan Pogea. I'm the Energy Attaché based here in Brussels, Permanent Representation of Romania.
Good morning, Cristian Bușoi, State Secretary in the Ministry of Energy in Romania, coordinating European and international affairs, former Chairman of Industry Research and Energy Committee in the European Parliament, Romania.
Morning, my name is Lena Hasle. I work in the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. We had a train strike in the Netherlands yesterday. My name is Frederik Wisselink. I work at the Ministry of Climate Policy and Green Growth. I'm the energy envoy of the Netherlands.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay. I'm Anya. Sorry, I jumped the queue because I arrived late. I'm Anya. I lead the European Program for Environment program at Bloomberg Philanthropies. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sorry to be late. Jean-Sébastien Conti, I'm a Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Global Affairs, France, Foreign Affairs.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Léo Philippe. I'm the national focal point for ISA for France, and I'm policy officer in energy.
Thank you, everyone. Your presence here today reflects our collective resolve to advance the global transition towards solar energy. Around the world, the clean energy system is undergoing a rapid transformation, driven by technological innovation, huge changes in the policy and regulatory framework, financial innovation, and now the importance of linking it to jobs and climate resilience. We are also here at a moment where there are lots of contradictions. There are some concerns on solar, but if you look at the data, we are looking at almost $2.2 trillion on clean energy investments just in 2020, last fiscal year alone. And solar photovoltaic remains the most dynamic and the largest share among them. However, it is unequal. Only 15% of that is flowing to low and middle income countries and less than 2% to Africa, which probably has one of the best solar radiation data. In these Unfortunately, the problems of energy access, where 600 million people in Africa do not have energy access, and in the global south, where 70% of the world population lives, there is a huge need, almost $200 billion of investments. So what we have been doing, especially in the last 2.5 months I've taken over, we have been listening to countries in understanding what will it take for us to be more transformative rather than doing small things on creating platforms for helping you achieve your visions of access, energy transition, and energy security. If you allow me, there's a small video we will like to play that will give you a little bit of a flavor of where we are heading.
In a world where sustainable energy is the key to our future, the International Solar Alliance presents a beacon of hope, uniting nations under one common goal: harnessing the power of the sun with a mission to revolutionize the global energy landscape. ISA brings together governments, businesses, and communities to embrace solar energy solutions. Through collaboration and innovation, we are paving the way for a brighter, cleaner future for generations to come. Join us as we embark on this journey towards sustainability, empowering nations and transforming lives. ISA is the first international treaty-based organization that enables countries with abundant sunlight to collaborate on addressing the challenges of climate change, while providing clean and affordable energy to their citizens.
Energy is now an essential artery of economic growth and job creation. With over 120 countries as members of ISA, the time has come to move from ambition to action, where most countries know why solar is important, but they need support in effective implementation. And money is not in short supply. More than $2 trillion are waiting in pension funds and sovereign wealth funds to be invested in clean energy. And for those that are investing, less than 3% is going to Africa. So what are we doing? ISA has a three-pronged approach to address it. First, we work on reducing the country, sector, and project-specific risk so that private sector feels more comfortable in investing in member countries. Two, we work on strengthening the regulatory, policy, and financial capabilities of its institutions so that their ability to absorb such increase in funds is there. And finally, for job creation, we are working on unleashing the technology and innovation ecosystem in these countries. But this cannot be done alone by ISA. We would need to lean on all the stakeholders, be it governments, philanthropy, private sector, regulators. Everybody must come together on a shared platform and lean on each other to learn and build this movement. The focus from now onwards will be on real outcomes. Outcomes of facilitating projects, unlocking private finance, and creating sustainable and inclusive growth where no one is left behind.
The global electricity demand is set to rise from 27,000 terawatt hour in 2023 to 60,000 terawatt hour by 2050, largely driven by the Global South. To lead the next phase of global solar cooperation, ISA is sharpening its focus on priorities that accelerate solar deployment and deliver real impact. Rooted in ISA's global agenda, these priorities are designed to catalyze coordinated action and drive results on the ground. The Catalytic Finance Hub will provide catalytic and blended finance for risk mitigation to promote private investment in the Asia-Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean regions. It will build on the success of the Africa Solar Facility, a part of the Global Solar Facility, GSF. Pursuing the vision of Silicon Valley for solar in India, using a hub-and-spoke model connecting existing national centers of excellence, operating as Solar Technology Application Resources Center, STAR-C, mainstreaming innovation through SolarX Startup Challenge, and replicating the success of Solar Energy Corporation of India in Africa, a nodal agency to enable meeting the growing energy demand through RE and reducing the dependence on fossil fuels, and providing technical assistance. Through a selective platform for aggregation and scaling, such as the SIDS platform, focusing on e-tendering and e-procurement, it will deepen our engagement with our countries on ISA's 9 programs and the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. to manage the uptake of solar energy in the ISA member countries, especially regarding solar supply chain diversification issues and points of view on new and emerging technologies, including solar PV, integrated PV applications, agri-PV, floating PV, and building integrated PV, battery storage, e-mobility, green hydrogen, grid interconnection, and solar heating and cooling. ISA's evolving vision and mission are supported through its 3 funding vehicles. First funding vehicle, Global Solar Facility, a blended finance facility. The second funding vehicle, the Multi-Donor Trust Fund, MDTF, a technical assistance facility, and core funding as the third vehicle. ISA's influence platforms reinforce these pillars by fostering partnerships and policy alignment. CEO Caucus, which aligns private sector leadership with the policymakers, International Solar Festival, which is a launchpad for investments, partnerships, and tech deployment, and the governance meetings, which are critical strategy setting forums for ISA's roadmap. ISA is a multicultural space that brings together people from diverse backgrounds and countries to collaborate on the shared goal of promoting solar energy and addressing climate change. With a focus on collaboration, innovation, and sustainability, ISA is leading the way toward a brighter, cleaner future for all.
Thank you. You will hear more of this when we talk about the strategic vision of ISA, as we've heard from all of you and all other countries in a little bit of a time. Before I end on the opening side, I'll just like to say we are right now in Europe, which has to play a pivotal role on global leadership on solar and climate change going forward. And therefore, be it the role in climate diplomacy, clean energy innovation, and sustainable finance, we are really looking forward to strengthen and deepen the partnership of ISA and EU, European Commission, and all the countries of Europe and others. There are already initiatives here like Horizon Europe, the European Green Deal, the EU Sustainable Finance Taxonomy. We will really look forward on how we can strengthen and deepen our partnerships at the EU level and at your member countries, because this partnership of looking at each of our pillars for Europe, but also together for the rest of the world, will be very important. Let this meeting serve not just as a forum for dialogue, but as you have seen, the highlight of our strategy is moving from ambition to action. Coming after working in the trenches for 25 years, I believe the world is really looking for implementation partnerships. And therefore, our strategic focus going forward will be to create these platforms. Together, we can scale solar deployment, strengthen energy systems, and ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to you all. I'm grateful to all members for the continued support to ISA. Collaboration is our strongest virtue in overcoming global climate and energy challenges, and I'm confident that at this meeting, we, as an alliance, will take decisive steps forward to advance our shared goals and accelerate the global solar transition. With this, as Vice President and Chair of the meeting, I hereby open the meeting. The meeting is in session now. And we'll move now to agenda item 2, adoption of the agenda. Honorable members, the ISA Secretariat has circulated the provisional agenda for the meeting as working document 01. I request the members to provide your comments on the agenda. Maybe just as a small information, in the agenda there is the address by the EU representative mentioned, and since the Commissioner will speak later on today, that will be the address by the European Commission for your information. Are there any comments? I see no comments, so I now invite the committee to adopt the provisional agenda for the 6th meeting of the Regional Committee for Europe and the Others region as contained in the working document 01. The agenda is adopted. Coming to agenda item 3, action taken report of the 5th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee meeting for Europe and the Others region. The meeting was held here in Brussels on 12th June 2024. The working document 03 provides the details of the actions taken by the ISA Secretariat in addressing this committee's recommendations during its 5th meeting in 2024. The report is placed for the consideration of this committee. I would also like to invite the members of this committee to provide their comments on the report. I think that does not qualify as a comment. In the absence of any further comments, we shall proceed with the next agenda item. Agenda item 4. The next agenda item is the strategic vision for the International Solar Alliance and updates on ISA programs and activities as contained in working document 4. Over the past few years, the global energy landscape has witnessed profound changes, marked by technological disruption, evolving investment patterns, and an urgent need to accelerate just and inclusive energy transitions. In response, ISA has evolved, both in its vision and in its strategic direction, to better align with the changing needs of its member countries and the growing ambition of the global solar movement. Its strategic direction is now grounded in 4 pillars, which are the Catalytic Finance Hub, technology roadmaps, and policy, the Global Capability Center and digitization, and regional and country-level engagement. Together, these pillars form the backbone of ISA's next phase of impactful and responsive action. To strengthen its catalytic finance ecosystem, ISA has launched targeted interventions, such as the Africa Solar Facility, designed to unlock investments in regions where energy poverty remains acute. ISA is also operationalizing the Multi-Donor Trust Fund that provides a framework to engage with donors. Simultaneously, ISA continues to invest in long-term capacity building through the conceptualization of the Global Capability Center and the expansion of its STAR-C network. These platforms are being developed to foster regional training, promote technology innovation, and strengthen institutional frameworks. ISA is focusing on digitalization and artificial intelligence to incorporate advanced digital systems in enhancing the efficiency and inclusivity of solar energy deployment in its member countries. I now invite the Director General to present the strategic vision of ISA.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, Vice Chairs, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, I will go through a presentation on a vision that is making sure of 2 or 3 things. First, that we are building on the success that has already been achieved under your guidance and the work of the Secretariat. 2, really thinking hard that in a rather overcrowded space where different agencies like IRENA, IEA are doing a great job on the data sets and reports, there are a whole host of concessional finance vehicles, whether it is World Bank, where I worked for 20 years, Asian Development Bank, regional banks, African Development Bank. What will be the most unique value proposition of International Solar Alliance that complements the work of others and addresses issues that are not being adequately addressed today by the current multilateral and bilateral system? So what we came out with, this is just a background for those who might not be aware. We are very fortunate and proud that we have grown to be a treaty-based organization with 123 member countries today. This is probably one of the largest global south-based multilateral agencies. We have programs across 98 countries. Some of you who have been coming to regional assemblies will be familiar with the 9 programs that go from both centralized and decentralized solar to some of the emerging technologies and cross-cutting element of finance. What I like to spend time on what are the 4 pillars that we believe will really help make ISA and all the member countries achieve transformational impact on implementation. The first, we all know that the clean tech and renewable energy will largely be led by private sector. However, as I just mentioned before, countries and regions, continents like Africa are receiving very less, and there are certain aspects of systemic risks, both actual and perceived, that are not allowing that. Therefore, we believe a lot of people need to focus on Catalytic Finance Hub. We are starting with the first in Africa, but we are also advancing discussion on Asia Pacific. And 2 years from now, we'll be working on a catalytic finance facility for Latin America. This will all be anchored in a central facility of global solar facility. Let me reiterate, we do not want to become a lending bank because I think a lot of institutions already have but this is only about small catalytic finance vehicles, as you will hear on junior equity and catalytic finance. The second, especially with a very strong support from Europe, our program on STAR-C, which are the National Center of Excellence, is now working in 10 countries, will be 16 countries by end of 2025, which is quite transformational. But we are now focusing on what will make them sustainable. And more than that, we are now saying that how can we, because we are based in India, help through India's deep experience on digitization to help all these countries, especially in Africa, small island countries, LDCs, leapfrog on digitization. That is frankly true of all countries, including in Europe. As you will see from some of the slides, digitization will fundamentally alter the way energy sectors and climate finance is managed in times to come. Third, we have been working a lot on almost 55 countries as a way of expanding their membership base. But now we feel the time is of consolidation. So we will be launching 1 or 2 big platforms, and you will hear us talk about small island states, where we believe aggregating demand of all Pacific islands, Caribbean islands, and African islands will help attract large-scale private investment at a much more lower cost than which is not happening. We are also looking at regional interconnections as a very essential medium-term strategy to manage the growing demand of batteries, which are still expensive. But if you are connected across continents, the ability to trade power and reduce the need for evening peaks and battery storage will come down. So we are working on One Sun, One World grid, in which we are also looking which are the low-hanging fruits, like the India-Sri Lanka grid interconnection. And in continents, we'll be henceforth focusing on up to 2 to 3 countries per continent on a detailed country partnership strategy that will look everything from existing technologies of grid-connected, decentralized solar, home systems, productive use, to batteries, electric mobility over 3 to 5 years through policy, regulatory reforms, catalytic finance, and all the work. Let me spend a few minutes because the context in each will need to be clearer. On Catalytic Finance Hub, we are proud to share that the global solar facility that will be based on an account in India has already been set up. The governance framework and the architecture for the contractual agreements have been set. You might have heard last year that we needed a face for the Africa solar facility that is owned by Africa, extremely important for successful implementation. I personally, having worked in Africa for the last 10 years, can attest. We have competitively selected Africa 50, which is co-owned by 32 governments of Africa, as the fund manager for this facility. Now, what we are trying to do with this, and again, a lot of you might have questions of, in an environment of reducing aid, where is the funding? We are very pleased to report that 74 million of the 200 million of this catalytic finance facility are close to being mobilized. We are hoping September, October for the first close. This includes, as you will see later on, contributions from World Bank, Government of India, from ISA, and a very innovative structure that I would like to share on the right side is from Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. And of course, some philanthropic capital from Bloomberg and SIF as well. Let me share a brief example of how transformational this could be. Based on the distributed renewable energy market in Nigeria, which is now more than $2 billion, there is a good results-based financing where private sector gets money once they have provided the connection. But then that money comes to them only once the connection has been done. So they wanted, how are we going to raise the money upfront? So we managed to give them working capital, which is then repaid once you get the results-based financing. Now, there is a plan in Nigeria to go from 100 mini-grids to 10,000 mini-grids over the next 5 years. So the defining problem became the equity for these private companies. So the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority went to their board and said, why don't we give $150 million of an equity facility to these private companies as essential for providing energy access? And some of you might know, Nigeria is a country with the largest energy access deficit in the world. We are talking of 90 million people, almost half the population of Nigeria not having energy access. And a substantial majority of them, almost 60–70% of that, will get through DRE. Their board said, what if you lose money? This is the money of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So they came to us and say, can you give us junior equity? What is junior equity? Out of 150 million, they say if ISA gives 15 million, when we lose any money on equity investment, the first hit should be taken by ISA. We feel it's actually a great financial innovation because $15 million of ISA junior equity will mobilize $150 million of NSIA equity. And as some of you might know, that equity is not more than 20–30% of the cost. So multiplied by 4 times is $600 million of total project. $15 million of ISA junior equity will hence mobilize $600 million of the project. That's a leverage of almost 30 to 40 times. That level of innovation, I think countries like Africa desperately need. Some of it will be at the country level, as I gave you an example of Nigeria. Some of it will be at a Pan-Africa level. Africa 50, which is an institution that has $8 billion of fund under, are well positioned to take it forward. I say this because we have 74 million, but we are really looking for a partnership to go to 200 million. Let's talk about the second pillar. With a lot of support, especially from EU and its member countries, a special recognition to France, Denmark, for really helping us on a lot of money, Bloomberg, SIF, MacArthur Foundation, and GIAP. We have STAR-C, which are the Solar Technology Application Resource Centers, operational in 10 countries. You can see in the left, a lot of them are in Africa, some of them are in Asia, and some of them are emerging in small island countries as well. Because of the success and the importance of skills as the binding constraint, especially in low-income countries, we are receiving a huge interest from countries. In fact, we believe almost 50 countries have expressed interest, where the discussion I'm having with the team is go deep before you go broad. Therefore, what will it take for these 16 countries to have sustainable business plans linked to the private sector, to the jobs agenda, to the skills agenda, and then based on that, we will continue to expand. A very interesting way by which we are actually expanding it is to link it to a hub and spoke model where all these 16 countries are the spokes, but they will be now connected to a global capability center based in Delhi, which can have regional nodes in Europe as well. through digitization and digital services. And I cannot overemphasize this point. We are seeing, if you do a good digitization and AI analysis, not only the cash flow position of utilities in Africa and other places can improve, your ability to decide where should renewable energy be located, how to optimally utilize, can come down drastically. Some of the simple digital tools like doing e-tendering and digital tendering, which are easily available, can be provided. We also want a more mainstream way of enterprise development. We have already successfully done SolarX. That has 50 entrepreneurs and startups already and 20 more in solar to come. What will it take to mainstream as an ecosystem for the world? And finally, an international center of excellence that provides holistic training to anybody who wants services and training on renewable energy simulator and digitization. And finally, we have been challenged by some of the countries, frankly, that don't limit your training to 500, 1,000, 10,000 people. Please help democratize solar energy. So we are also taking forward the ambition, what will it take to create a Khan Academy for solar? And some of you who are not aware of it, Khan Academy is an YouTube-based set of videos that are there for school education. And even my daughter who goes to grade 8 in her school, they often open up the Khan Academy video for maths and English. So we would like, if there is any child in Malawi, Peru, who's interested in high school on solar, they should have one place to open up to understand their questions. If you are a technical or technician, you should be able to have small-scale certification programs given how cheap it is to actually do digital learning. So that's also an ambition we are adding to the StarC program. Now, we need additional vehicles to actually implement this, and that probably should be one of your big questions as member countries and prospective countries. How are you going to deliver on this big ambition? One of the ways we heard from a lot of you and donors that rather than have funding only on a core program, can we actually have separate dedicated facilities that are run with clear accountability and reporting structures? We are pleased to share with you that we have created a multi-donor trust fund that is right now focusing on 3 pillars of digital twinning of DISCOMs. This is about digitization, digitized competitive tendering, and energy transition planning. And we have a clear governance and steering committee where Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GEAP, has been selected as the trust fund management agency. Separate account has been set up, and I'm pleased to report that we already have $9 million of committed financing by GEAP and one very significant donor, where the first steering committee has already been conducted. So this facility is up and running. What this means as a success is that in next 3 years, we hope to mobilize $100 million, but that's just a number. What is important is almost 10 countries can help on digitization of the utilities that I can assure you will not only bring efficiency in operations, reduce losses, help renewable energy integration, but eventually will help you leapfrog on the digitization. 5 scalable models, and so this is a big partnership that we are thinking in order to implement the digitization and skill building agenda. Finally, as I mentioned, because of the way we were growing, we wanted to learn but also work with a lot of countries. We right now have small programs of about 50-55 countries. Based on the learnings of these, we believe we must now have consolidation and go deep. So we are planning that we will have 1 or 2 platforms that can help multiple countries, and then we will have 2 or 3 countries in every continent that will go very deep on doing a country partnership strategy. This will have to be done with strengthened implementation units at the country. We recognize this level of depth, in-depth work and implementation cannot be done sitting out of India. So those countries that will do a country partnership strategy will have a detailed national implementation support unit that will be set up as well. The initial list of countries that we are thinking are 3 in Africa, because Africa needs most support: Ethiopia, Mauritius, Nigeria. We are thinking of beginning with Sri Lanka and Bhutan, based on the political ownership on the countries, based on our comparative advantage in terms of our ability to have dialogue with the senior most policy makers, and the extent of the program preparedness that is there. We are probably thinking of Cuba and Latin America. We are also building a SIDS platform, in which there have been some initiatives, especially in Maldives, where batteries and solar have managed to replace almost 30 megawatts of diesel-based capacity, saving $70 million to the island country. We are now working with World Bank because this problem is endemic, unfortunately, on all island states, which have almost 70 to 80% of their energy demand from diesel and HFO. Some of them are spending almost 5% of their GDP on energy and energy subsidies. If we can pool their demand, then not only can you get very low prices. I witnessed that in Africa when I was in the World Bank. Countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, Chad, and Togo, when they aggregated their procurement, they got a bid of 4 cents, including storage, when their existing power cost was 25 US cents. That's the level of saving, 15%. So we want to work with World Bank, provide a unified guarantee platform, in their case from the MIGA and the World Bank. We convene all the countries together, and over the next 2 years, we hope to undertake this aggregated procurement through SIDS. The second platform is on OSOWOG, which is One Sun, One World, One Grid. We are undertaking an in-depth study with India's transmission operator Power Grid and the French EDF, who's a consultant, to prioritize which are the priority regional transmission interconnections between Europe and Africa, which I believe some of you must be aware is going very deep now, on Europe and Middle East, Africa and Middle East, because I worked on Egypt and Saudi Arabia interconnector when I worked there, and then Middle East to Asia through South Asia, and eventually going to Southeast Asia. I think as ISA, we believe laying out this, some of it is going to be medium-term plan, but rather than each country thinking of putting as much battery to take care of the evening peak and intermittency, regional interconnections can eventually provide a very good alternative as well. So those are 2 platforms. 7 or 8 focus countries will be the way we will do the regional and country level engagement. We are here today, as we are talking to in Belgium, as a Europe RCM. We go to Sri Lanka for Asia Pacific RCM on July 15 to 17th. Then we go to Chile, 4th to 6th August for Latin America RCM, eventually going to Africa in Ghana, September 2nd to 4th, leading to our annual assembly, which is on October 27th to 30th. The final pillar, which we have heard again, is completely demand-driven based on what countries are saying. Whether you are a small country or you're a big country, large, your energy security and energy transition targets, especially related to solar, are now closely linked to industrial policy of what is being manufactured where. That is linked to jobs, but that is also linked for the difficulties in rare earth metals and that debate. So we are now starting a technology policy and roadmap vertical that is going to help countries look at technology prioritization specific to the context of your country. Some countries are much more hydro-focused, so their choice of solar technology might be very different. If you're coal on gas, your choice for today's technology, but remember it's also about future technology. Because it's not essential that you lock into solar PV or lithium batteries. The world is experimenting with perovskite, sodium-ion batteries, solid-state batteries, long-term energy storage. I think the policymakers need analytical advice of which technology choices may make sense in our context or not. And that will then have to lead that what are the country prioritization and implementation roadmap. Because if you decide that I will like to experiment with this new technology, what kind of policy measures and support measures are needed to support, whether it is on tax benefits, having research and development funds, it could be a range of instruments. And finally, the third part of what we want to do under this pillar is on global analytics and advocacy, because each country cannot do an entire supply chain by themselves. So whether you are Germany, whether you are India with very large solar programs, thinking that let us do the vertical integration of the entire supply chain may not be optimal. And therefore, it is very important from a global perspective that how should countries think of partnerships between other countries in optimizing what you can do in your country and how can the supply chains flourish. Interestingly, largely through private sector, but through some collaboration and some policy push from the governments. This is the fourth pillar. And therefore, this is, as I said, our overall strategy. Now I'll give you a quick update on where we are on the programs. Some of you who have been associated with ISA may think, oh, this seems like a completely new direction. What happens to things that you were doing? So I want to assure you that this is completely tied in to the things that we have already been doing. How? We had a program on affordable finance that is nothing but a bigger ambition under the Catalytic Finance Hub. We were doing Star Seas. We were providing policy and regulatory support. All of them are under this pillar of Global Capability Center and digitization, where we are adding a much more ambitious digitization agenda, as I told to you, and that is also completely based on demand and our ability to also look at future, because this is probably going to be one of the most defining features in next 10, 15 years of not only how data centers are managed, as hopefully we'll discuss with IEA, but how your distribution utilities and grids are managed. That will fundamentally change over the next 10, 15 years. We are also going to build on something that we are very proud, which is SolarX, that has already done 50 startups on of an ecosystem going to Latin America. We will bring that within GCC. Similarly, all programs on utility scale solar, solar mini grids, solar home systems, health electrification are all under the pillar of regional and country level engagement. We are adding a platform approach of SIDS and OSOWOG there as well. And finally, some of you who have been closely associated with our core programs on green hydrogen, on solar electric vehicles, and on other analytical work on battery waste, CSP, all of them are now coming under the technology roadmap and policy. This also includes the comments that we heard from Europe RCM last year on Solar for She program, where we are doing advocacy, but we are also working on certain countries. So I think this is something very important I wanted to emphasize, that we are building what's really working well. We are going to integrate things that are already our programs, but taking them to platforms based on where we feel the sector is going and what we are hearing. I will very quickly run on the rest of the issues. As I already updated you, that we have mobilized $74 million and the DRE hub in Nigeria, I already spoke about. Let me give you a little bit more update on the Global Capability Center digitization. You will hear that from Felipe when he talks to you on StarSea, which is really the core of the collaboration between ISA and European countries. We are doing, let me first start with StarSea. We have operationalized StarSea centers. We have completed assessments. Almost 1,000 professionals have been trained. A solar academy in Senegal is operationalized, and there are clear next steps that you will hear more. We are working on Agri-PV guide on knowledge management. We did a virtual advanced bankers training program recently in Fiji, because that was a clear need, how to do local currency financing for solar. And we're also doing the analytical work on the Solar Compass call for papers, and you will see we continue to strengthen this. We are also working on regulatory support in terms of how to get countries get the right policy and regulatory environments. Examples of Bhutan and Nigeria mentioned there, but this is a program that will deepen, especially in our priority states. what I wanted to talk about, how this integrates to GCC. We are going to bring the digital expertise. Let me share something very exciting I just figured out myself as I'm learning, that some of the startups in Bangalore, where, as you know, is a digital hub of India, are making a development chat GP, like just for solar. So an AI tool sits in your meetings and captures everything that's happening in the world on solar bids, solar resource, and that can be made available free. So when they approached me that we have done it for last 18 months in India, now we feel it needs an international audience, I offered that I think ISA will be a great vehicle to give this tool free to our countries. So that's the level of potential that exists for all member countries to learn from each other and go through the digital leapfrogging. This is, I'm not going to go into the details. The copy of the presentation will be with you, but some of you who are monitoring ISA, there are 19 member countries. We are doing an assessment. There are floating solar plants for which feasibilities are being done. We have commissioned certain projects in Ethiopia on solar rooftop and agri. The whole work on Green Hydrogen Innovation Center that you will hear tomorrow has a whole set of series of reports and assessments that have been done. We are partnering with Clean Energy Ministerial. We are also looking at solar water pumping and, as I mentioned, on OSOWOC. So these are just the list of details that you can have a look as we go ahead. This is about the technology roadmap. You will see a lot of reports that are getting ready. Issues that might be very important, like on battery waste management, like on solar PV waste management, the forgotten world of CSP, as I was discussing with Spain yesterday. How can we actually take it forward as a convening vehicle, because the world needs multiple solutions in multiple places. So we are looking at building integrated PV. This is very important for the developing world where, as I was in a Osaka CEO caucus, it was fascinating when people heard that 70% of buildings in Africa and 50% in India by 2035 are yet to be constructed. Can you imagine if we can crack the building integrated PV where the glass and the material become the solar absorbents? The world of solar will completely change in next 10 to 15 years. And that's the kind of innovation that's happening, but it needs different people to be connected. Our advocacy and outreach will be critical. We will have to talk to private sector, governments, regulators in disseminating information, in making sure the knowledge sharing is, that's all that I have to say. I'm very happy to take any questions that you have. Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And very impressive overview of all the activities that are going on. I would like to invite members to comment on the updates the Secretariat or Director General provided. Are there any comments? Franz?
Thank you very much for all those elements. Politically speaking, the adoption of the UAE consensus on the global stocktake at COP28 in Dubai sent a strong signal on the collective efforts we need to maintain the 1.5 degrees goal within reach. And so in the run-up to COP30, we must now operationalize our collective commitment, especially regarding the tripling of renewable energy capacities. And in this regard, the International Solar Alliance is a major success in the field of energy and climate. And I would like to congratulate you, DG Canna, on your election as head of the ISA and on the first month that have been very promising of work. I would also like to congratulate the ISA Secretariat for all the work that has been done in 2024, and it is essential for us that the ISA continues in that direction, focusing on programs that have demonstrated their effectiveness in achieving their objectives and delivering concrete results on the ground. So very positive and very warm word of congratulations. With regard to the global solar facility that you mentioned, DG Canna, we see, as France, the need to de-risk investment in renewable energies, particularly solar power on the African continent. And the Global Solar Facility is an interesting initiative in this respect. We would like to stress, of course, the importance for that initiative and the African Solar Facility to fully demonstrate their added value in the existing ecosystem and their complementarity with the existing initiatives and funds dedicated to renewable energies and solar projects. So it's more a question of being sure we build the synergies, and we know that you are really focused on that. Maybe one last point, not to be too long. We would like to insist also on the importance of the gender equality policy for ISA, which is not mentioned in the activity report. We know you are committed in that regard, and we suggest this policy be strengthened with reference to the policies of other institutions similar to ISA. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further comments?
Thank you. And so again, George from the United Nations Development Programme. Also just to congratulate DG Kanan for your election and really looking forward to continuing our partnership. My previous posting was in Zimbabwe where together with the Global Fund, in this case it wasn't ISA unfortunately, but we solarized over half of the clinics. And when COVID hit, we all of a sudden saw that not only did we have a cold chain that was working, but we also had digitalized records of who was vaccinated or not. So it was, I mean, the benefits of this are very obvious. And as you indicated, DG, the challenge in Africa is indeed access to financing. And so we're very much appreciative of your efforts. For us, the clean energy transition is looking at a triple dividend, and I see a lot in your strategy that confirms this as well. So really looking at improved lives, first and foremost, looking at unlocking economies, and looking at protecting our planet. And we're very proud of that partnership we have with ISA and with the EU and the member states here represented as well, to really look at those three areas. So one, we do see creating jobs and livelihoods is key. And in that sense, your strategy on training and really making sure that there's ownerships in the countries that you work is key. We've seen about 41% of people without electricity access that can have those access by 2030. So it's a huge step forward in the SDGs that are challenged, as we know. About 17% of our SDG targets are off track, but this is one that can easily be on track by, as you said, bringing that alliance together of private sector and public sector to allow for this massive boost. And it's not impossible. We've seen even, I mean, I mentioned Zimbabwe as one country. Another country where we're proud to work with you is in Afghanistan, where against the odds, we've worked with about 3.6 million people, powering over or close to 6,000 institutions. And again, there's a direct impact on livelihoods and community resilience. And lastly, I mean, the point you mentioned on digitalization, we see that there's a key trend as well. On the one hand, the energy demands from AI, but on the other hand, the massive opportunities we are seeing. I just wanted to highlight an example of what we're doing together with the EU in Moldova, where we have installed 18,000 smart meters, cutting costs by about 5% for people that are working, that are accessing the energy. So for us, it's, I mean, fully aligned in strategy. Your efforts on Africa is really commendable, and I think this is where we need to put all our efforts together. It's the largest continent where we do not have energy access and where there's an abundance of solar. We take recognition of the global gateway that the EU is pursuing on both green hydrogen in Namibia and Mauritania, and we'd like to see more of those efforts in the continent, hopefully in partnership with ISA and the UN system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see Denmark, then Italy, and then the European Commission.
Thank you. Just briefly, would like to commend a more comprehensive strategy, giving a good overview of all of ISA's activities, and also appreciate the shout out to Denmark for supporting 2 Star Sea centers in Ghana and Tanzania, and which is a program that we see as very central to one of to ISA's activities. And I know our embassies are also excited to follow the Star Sea centers on the ground. Just a short remark from my side. Maybe some around this table know that Denmark has 26 government-to-government partnerships on energy around the world, including with Ethiopia. So just a thought, I'm speaking for myself right now, but a thought could be to see if there's any overlap between our bilateral programs and what ISA is doing on the ground to ensure more synergy and to avoid crowder funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Italy?
First of all, congratulations for the new nomination as General Director. From the Italy, I can assure our support to the Alliance. You know how it is important for us the development of new technology, particularly the renewable energies. We supported the tripling renewable energy launched at COP28, and I would like also to focus the attention on the importance of digitalization. If we want really to increase the use of renewable energy, it's crucial to create a strong smart grid, strong digitalization, because it's the only way that we have to increase the efficiency of this new technology and use these two technology also in specific field like data center and so on. So for this reason, I believe that we could work together harder in the next month to promote this, looking also for COP30. Thanks.
Thank you very much. European Commission.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, congratulations for all the amazing work of ISA from since the last RCM. So really happy to see that, how ISA is really taking, it's in its adulthood now, we would say. And congratulations to you, DG Khanna, for your appointment. That would be, it's a pleasure to work with you. We would really commend your philosophy of deepening rather than broadening. I think this is what we think, this is what ISA needs at this stage, and it's very timely. Of course, the space of solar and of renewable energy in general is very crowded all over the world, and that is actually a good thing because so many of us and so many organizations, so many projects are working all over the world, especially in Africa. So as colleague from the UN also mentioned, we would really be happy to work together for greater coordination. I think we can build many synergies and actually multiply the impact of what the ISA is doing, what the EU is doing, what the UN is doing, and what our member states, of course, are doing. Supporting France on the gender strategy, very, very close to our heart. But we would take it even a step further, and we would say, why not probably, just a suggestion, just a thought, a deeper look into just transition. Because solar, of course, the transition comes with a lot of challenges, not just gender, which is, of course, very important, but also other aspects. And we stand ready to support you. And finally, just to say that our commissioner will be here, as the chair mentioned, co-chair Germany already mentioned, and we stand ready to work together with our member states to coordinate further support for ISA.
I would give the floor next to Romania and then Germany.
Thank you very much. A short intervention about the vision. First of all, I would also like to congratulate and to wish you a lot of success. Then to congratulate also for the work that you are doing in some continents where your support is extremely important. Of course, the coordination also with European institutions is very important. And I would like to stress that it's very important to concentrate, and I share totally your vision on digitalization. As digitalization is essential in order to be successful with renewable energies and what we'd like to achieve, installing more capacities on solar, and also to look a little bit closer to artificial intelligence, as this is maybe next step, and this will efficientize even more in the future all these systems. Of course, strengthening institutional capacity is a key to success. So your efforts to establish joint training and certification programs, also in collaboration with the relevant European institutions, that could be also relevant for other continents, is extremely important and welcomed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would give the floor to Germany and then afterwards to Gogla.
Yeah, thank you. And also from our end, congratulations to you, DG Khanna, for the election, and also, of course, for the work you've presented here that is very impressive to us, and one clearly sees that you mean it serious when you speak about bringing ambition into action, and we very much welcome this. And I can also second what some of my colleagues here in this group have been stating before. In that context, I also want to express our support, the German support for the International Solar Alliance, and also for what has been presented here. We welcome the approach and also the core areas of activities, as we see them as very relevant. I honestly say that we are often a bit reluctant to support new initiatives because it has always the risk of being just another initiative. That's why we believe that all this, what you're presenting, shall be really realized. But we also really invite you to, and maybe all of us together, to join forces on what we're doing. To really, as also the colleague from Denmark said, to really see what initiatives we can build on in the countries themselves. And I think we in this group here also have a strong role there, especially since maybe this is the only continent really looking only into renewable energies when it comes to creating access and so on, as it's, for instance, also proven in current discussions within the World Bank. Finally, I would also want to second the statements by my colleagues from France and the EU to really look into gender, because at the end of the day, women and other groups are often still marginalized and still show greater energy access gaps and show disadvantages in when it comes to energy in general. And we also welcome your approach, which you've mentioned yesterday, to further internationalize your organization. That being said, I would just want to also state that Germany is committed to keeping supporting ISA. That's why we have seconded Mudaber to the alliance, and I believe that he can also be instrumental in doing exactly what we're suggesting, to really look how the ISA work can be coordinated, can be made in line with the work a lot of bilateral actors are already doing on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Gogla.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me. So first of all, yeah, thanks. Congratulations to the strategy, very comprehensive. Can only highlight it looks really interesting to us as well as a private sector voice, and also to the DG. I would like to start by strengthening the fact that off-grid solar industry has so far contributed to electrifying over 540 million people in the world, particularly in the African continent, on the basis of a strong pay-as-you-go based digitization. So very much, like support and welcome the push on the digitalization space. The second note is from a private sector point of view, we also very much welcome the junior equity and also the push on the equity side, considering at the moment the heavily needed side of equity and blended finance from companies, particularly in very risky countries. In some of, we've been mentioning Nigeria, but I could mention a lot of countries where companies can come in and deliver a lot of innovation technologies unless, they need the risking mechanisms, they need guarantees, they need blended finance. So I very much like the approach by ISA on pushing on that sense, particularly on the junior equity. And then finally, maybe a quick note that I think is important across some of the colleagues in this room is the need to work on the policy advocacy side, and particularly on the policy coherence. We've been talking about energy, but some other agendas are happening in the African continent, particularly the agri agenda. And so the nexus agriculture and energy will be particularly relevant when, particularly we talk about irrigation, cooling, agri-processing, etc. So integrated planning with ministries other than Ministry of Energy will be key if we want to really not just electrify, but also assure food security across many of the countries. And also, integrated budgeting between ministries. So we have a fully integrated coherence policy agenda in many of the African countries and beyond. So just a quick note on the need for policy coherence. Let's not forget ministries of agri and other ministries like ministries of water in their relevance when doing energy planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments, and I request the Secretariat to take note of all the members' comments. This brings us to the end of agenda item 4. And we are running a little bit behind time, so that's why I would suggest to continue with the agenda item 6, 7, and then follow up with an update on the Star Center after the 2 fireside chats. The next agenda item presents an insightful fireside chat between Director General and the Director of Sustainability, Technology and Outlooks of the International Energy Agency, Dr. Laura Cozzi. I think this exchange promises to be one of the highlights of our meeting. Digitalization can unlock significant efficiency gains, optimize grid operations, and enable predictive maintenance and real-time energy management, especially for solar energy, which is inherently variable. AI, when applied effectively, can help forecast solar output, manage distributed energy resources, and ensure greater integration of renewables into energy system. The implications are profound, particularly for emerging and developing economies seeking to leapfrog traditional infrastructure models. It is now my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Laura Cozzi and the IEA, whose leadership and insights continue to shape the global energy dialogue. Your pioneering work and the IEA's global leadership on digitalization in the energy transition have set an international benchmark. I hope your conversation with DG CANA today will offer valuable insights into how multilateral collaboration can accelerate the adoption of digital tools for solar deployment worldwide and explore practical applications, policy enablers, broader geopolitical and developmental significance of digital innovation in the energy space. With gratitude to you, Dr. Laura Cozzi, I hand over to you for this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ed. Welcome, Laura. I'm so delighted. Thank you so much for coming. I know there's an IEA event going, so a big heartfelt gratitude to you to coming here. Thank you so much. So, Laura, I was thinking, in the interest of time, hopefully we'll have a time, let's discuss on 3 aspects. One is IEA came out with some fascinating report recently on the AI. We have been discussing that a lot with all our member countries. What does it mean for Global South? Because we know what's happening on the AI and the data center world in terms of US and China contributing. And perhaps something that we will discuss is also what does it mean for way utilities are managed? Because when we are on the ground, especially in the developing world, it's a little bit of a different reality. And that's something that I love to chat with you. And finally, we should end a little bit on Africa, or what it means for a continent that seems to be having the problem of being left behind on this. So I think just in the interest of just kicking off, if you can tell us that with your latest report, where we all know what the data centers and the world of AI is having a big impact, how do you see that in terms of energy demand, in terms of role of renewables in managing that demand, and the trend in different parts of the world, if you can begin with that.
So first of all, let me thank you and congratulate you for the appointment. Dr. Birol, unfortunately, is at another event, but I think many of you will be at several events happening in Brussels today, from Energy Efficiency Global Conference to the High-Level Dialogue, and you will have the pleasure to meet you in person for the first time, and congratulate you also on behalf of the IEA very soon, this afternoon, in fact. So let me start with the following. This is very rare. We have basically stopped producing books, but let me hand this to you.
Thank you
for all of you, you can go online. And I think There are indeed a few very important findings of this energy and AI report. If you are working in the energy sector, any energy meeting you were going to last year had become an AI meeting. So we all had to start learning about what was happening on AI to understand what was happening on energy. And indeed, AI has been around and digital has been around for a long time. But generative AI has been around for a couple of years, and this has really created a very big shift. And why is this different from what we were seeing before? So these data centers are indeed a bit of a different beast than other energy demand centers in 3 ways. First of all, we have mapped the 11,000 data centers that there are in the world today. And if you look at where they are located, they are much closer to cities that comparably sized energy demand centers. So you are talking about maybe an aluminium smelter, to give you a sense of size, or maybe a small city of around 200,000 people. So you are going to add a significant load already to grids that may be, as you mentioned earlier, already quite crowded, and in some cases not very reliable. So this is the first difference, very close to demand centers. The second is the size. As I said, currently we are talking about the size of around 200,000 people, equivalent household demand. The largest data center that is currently being built, which is actually in India, in Gujarat, is the equivalent of 5 million households. So they're becoming very, very big. And the third characteristic that is different from other demand centers is that they like to cluster. So meaning, when you have one data center, you actually like to attract another one, and then another one, and then another one. So they're not only big, they like to call the next one. So this is indeed creating challenges for many grids around the world. I see colleagues from the Netherlands. It's not been very easy in the Netherlands, in Ireland, in some parts of the US. However, it's important to also note that there is a big mismatch, meaning that 85% of data centers in the world are currently located in 3 places, in certain places in the United States, in the European Union, and in China. And there is really, we can come to that back in a second. What are you expecting? So how much electricity demand are they consuming today? Globally, 1.5%, not very big. In certain places, it's very, very large. We are talking Ireland, around 30 to 40%. In Virginia, similar levels. In the Netherlands, also growing very fast. So depending on where you are, the global number may mean very little. And they are actually becoming one of the fastest growing electricity demand around the world. So from now to 2030, we are expecting data centers to account for the equivalent of adding a new Japan globally in terms of electricity demand. How are we going to supply all this new electricity? It's going to be a combination of sources. Actually, renewables are going to be the first supplier, with solar playing a very strong role. We can come to the quality of the electricity in a second, but they're going to play a large role. By themselves, it's not going to be enough, so we are seeing a lot of other sources playing a role. We are seeing natural gas in the US playing a role, a large number of tech companies entering into agreements for nuclear, existing nuclear, but also SMRs, new technologies like geothermal. So lots of growth, very localized, and a variety of sources that will need to meet this growth.
Great. I think what's fascinating to me, after having spent 25 years almost in trenches in 25 countries, is what can AI do in the way distribution and transmission systems are managed today. And let me share some data that almost 1,600 gigawatt of capacity is not happening because of transmission constraints. In country after country, now interestingly, the renewable energy market has too much of supply. There's not enough supply of transmission substations and lines. Second, in the developing world, there is a huge leakage of cash. Almost $100 billion are lost just in Africa and Asia because of inefficiency. Some of the countries have losses that I worked on in excess of 50, 60%. I see, and that loss can go up to $1 trillion, unfortunately. I see AI, and that requires a little bit of a devil in the detail, and that's what we are most excited in ISA, because we are boots on the ground, what is it that AI can do in not only reducing those cash flow losses? For some of the people here who have tried to work in Africa, the defining problem is there's not enough cash to pay for private sector. So if digitization can help improve the cash flow coming in the utility by optimally utilizing where should renewable be relocated, because countries are doing solar rooftops, countries are doing decentralized, countries are doing utility scale, AI can create great algorithms in locating all of this as well. And something fascinating is happening even on something basic as smart meters. India is now right now doing 200 million smart meters over the next 2 years. The ability to capture that data and create algorithms on now how to manage the distribution system will be completely different. What's your take on this perspective, that how will AI fundamentally change the way grids are managed?
So I think this is, I completely agree on the reading that for us this is the most exciting part of the story. In fact, there is a lot of focus on how much new energy AI will need, and we are just at the beginning of understanding what AI can do for the energy sector. So we have actually a very similar number to the one you mentioned, Mr. Khanna, meaning that there is as much as 3 times the amount of solar that we are connecting to the grids on a yearly basis is actually waiting in queues. It's waiting in queues because there is not enough grid capacity. Now, what can AI do in that case? So we have studied one particular example, which is called dynamic line rating. And basically, dynamic line rating, what does it mean? It means that you're not building a new grid. We know in many, many countries how difficult it actually is building new grids. You need time to have the permit. Transformers now, there are delays of 2 to 4 years to get new transformers. So anything that you can squeeze out of the existing grid as quickly as possible has a huge monetary value. So if you were to apply dynamic line rating today to grids around the world, it will be the equivalent of actually installing the equivalent of what we have been installing on average in terms of new grids for 1 year globally. So we would basically postpone the installation of new grids for 1 year. But there is beyond that, I think the important thing is that AI can really be applied to these places where the congestion is greater, where the losses are greater. So the value in these specific places is much larger than the overall volume. I want to come to we have done huge surveys to understand what are the difficulties in deploying things like DLR and other digital grid technologies. And one item is coming very consistently, and it's skills. So for grid operators, but in the energy sector in general, the key bottleneck is that there are very few people that are in the energy sector and have at the same time the digital skill. I think in India is one of the places in the world where it's not the case, where you actually can combine the two, but globally there is really a big gap.
So it's interesting you say that, because I don't know if you were there. We understand that as a binding constraint, and that is why we are proposing as part of a strategy a global capability center in India.
Fantastic.
That combines the 16 Star C centers connected on digitization to India.
So that's fantastic.
Because as you were very rightly saying, the skills to combine energy and digital, and also a decision support system. I worked in maybe about 50 utilities where technology can be an enabler. Then you need the right leadership that can use that technology as a part of a decision support system. And that's a big support that all these developing countries.
So I wasn't there, and congratulations. Seems like to be a very right way to go.
Thank you so much. Maybe this in the end, Laura, let's talk about Africa.
Yes.
And I think it's wonderful. I was part of Mission 300. I hope I can claim that I was the one who conceptualized. And that's something when countries were talking about how not to replicate. The best part of Mission 300 is to create a single platform where everybody must come, because otherwise there's too much of fragmentation. Fragmentation of guarantees, fragmentation of lending, fragmentation of policies. How do you see we helping Africa on energy access? Because I feel a very interesting part associated with AI is also democratizing AI and having it on an open source basis. That, as a global south focused institution, as we are deepening the work on digitization, that's something which should be a very important policy goal. What would be your view?
So, thanks again for this question. I think at the IEA we have been trying to track. What we don't have money. We are a knowledge-based organization. So what we can do is to bring forward data in a timely fashion and support decision making. So we have been seeing progress happening on the ground in Africa. But since COVID, things have stalled. Clearly, Mission 300 is something fabulous that has come on the ground, and well done to you and the World Bank and the entire teams that have worked on it. From our analysis of historically what has worked and what hasn't worked, at the end of the day, what we see is basically two key things. First of all, maybe do a step back. Today is not a matter of technology. Solar, with the cost of production that we have today in Africa, is not only the cheapest source of electricity generation, we have heard this earlier, but is the cheapest form of electricity generation that we have ever had in human history. So it's really not a matter of technology. There are two issues though. If you look at the weighted average cost of capital that African countries are paying when they are deploying a solar project on the ground, they're paying around 3 times more than most of the countries sitting around this table. This means that the economics of the project is completely changing. So first point is, what do we do collectively? And I think this is a very important point, collectively, in a single shop. What do we do to decrease that cost of capital? The second point is, when you look at the amount of investment flowing, which is clearly linked to the cost of capital, is Africa is home to 20% of the global population. If you look at clean energy investment trends, our latest numbers show that last year they attracted 2% of global clean energy investment. So very much linked to the cost of capital. Now, I think that we need to push a bit the AI sector even more, in the sense that currently, I think many countries sitting here, they have many tech companies that are knocking on their door and asking, can I come? I need energy. I want to produce the data you need. You want the data on your soil? Please, I need space. And what they're asking is also, in some cases, negotiating with the countries, with the utilities. If I come, how do we split the bill for the connection to the grid? And I think that there is space in African countries and in the global south. Currently, they are home, emerging economies, to 50% of the global internet traffic and hosting 15% of global data center. This is changing. It will change. So what are the ways of thinking about it? You've been working on this for 25 years. The first thing that project developer, private sector, because this is what we need, is private sector money at the end of the day. You want anchor loads. When you create an anchor loads, you know that you will be solvent. You know that the project more easily becomes bankable. So I think there is an interest in starting negotiating with this AI provider that want to build data centers in Africa too, to understand where is the right location, where there is plenty of energy. In the case of Africa, there are plenty of places where there is plenty of energy, plenty of solar, plenty of wind, plenty of other renewable sources, and starting understanding with the utilities that in many cases are defaulting or having issues, how do you decrease what you mentioned earlier, the losses, sometimes that are physical or not physical, and the fact that you have an AI data center located there can create the anchor load and can help optimize everything. So there is, I think, a space for a new type of partnership with these new actors.
Absolutely. Let me share something very interesting I have observed recently, that in a state of Rajasthan in India, which is the largest solar potential and the largest solar in India, when you do digital twinning of a DISCOM to see given the disparate solar sources, like in all countries, there's some solar rooftop, there's some distributed renewable energy, there is some grid connected. Are you optimally utilizing them? The answer was it was off by 20%. Can you imagine that even in a country which is reasonably better on digital skills, the system is not optimally able to utilize solar? If you take that to China, where the dispatch of solar is one of the defining problems, because unlike a lot of countries where renewables are must run, that means your renewables are dispatched first and then. I think the question of not how many solar are you putting, are you getting every penny worth of it from that is actually very central. The other very interesting thing that's happening, which I think we would like to take to the rest of the world, we have launched a new facility which offers technical assistance to all the countries on designing this, is can you, at the retail level, for long I was part of this analytical work, are countries going to go distributed, which means they will be off the grid, or they will continue to be grid? The old school was saying, come on, the grid will always be there. The new people were saying, I think AI may fundamentally change that question completely, because there will be a hybrid that will emerge from use of AI. For example, in India, the solar startups are making apps that will decide that if I'm going on a holiday and I have a battery, can I trade it to my neighbor? Because the neighbor, rather than buying from the energy. Can you imagine the complexity of 1 billion people thinking what I have on solar rooftop, what I have on distributed, all of it is online available and people are trading? Huge efficiency, but look at the complexity of the system. I think it will be great, as my final point, that IEA's overall strategic modeling and ability, with a lot of deep skill building in the countries that we can help, and a lot of these devil in the detail questions on what is the future of AI for this.
We would be completely delighted, and maybe I can invite all of you, and Mr. Khanna, you as well. On Monday, we will actually put online, in the vein of continuing to bring to the world the best possible information. On Monday, we will put an Energy and AI Observatory that tracks all currently existing data centers in the world and the planned ones. So this is the part of Energy for AI, but also the other part that we discussed today, AI for energy. So we are collecting cases, real-world cases. Lots of them are on grids, actually, from companies, and the proven benefits in terms of monetary value, in terms of energy savings, all for all of you to draw inspiration from. And looking forward to working even more closely together.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Laura.
you.
Please give her a round of applause.
I really regret that I have to stop the interesting conversation, but thank you very much, Laura, and thank you very much, DG. I think that now brings us to the next agenda item. We have one further fireside chat between the Director General and Ms. Kate Hampton, the Chief Executive Officer of the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, on the theme Changing Paradigm. The global conversation on climate finance is undergoing a significant transformation. The scale and urgency of the climate challenge are prompting rethinking of how financial flows across public, private, and philanthropic channels can be aligned to accelerate a just and sustainable transition. In this shifting landscape, philanthropic actors are stepping into more strategic and systemic roles. Their engagement is no longer limited to funding individual projects, but increasingly focused on enabling frameworks, de-risking innovation, and building ecosystems that attract broader capital mobilization. We are fortunate to welcome Ms. Kate Hampton, whose pioneering work at CIF has consistently advanced climate ambition through innovative, equity-focused investments. I now have the pleasure of opening the floor once again to their insightful fireside discussion. Thank you.
So pleasure to have you, Kate. We were in London just day before yesterday, and we were very fortunate to actually do a stakeholder consultation in SIF office. So Kate, thank you so much for that as well. SIF, I must admit, was also one of the founding partners for ISA. We're one of the first philanthropic organizations to provide a programmatic support. So you've been a long-standing partner. Wonderful, thank you, Kate. Kate, so let's start with the discussion that the chair talked about. We're in a world where probably the whole aid environment had not been shaken before for a long, long time. How, when from where you are sitting, with probably, I'm sure, so much multiple demands suddenly floating around, how are you thinking in terms of programmatically now working very differently in this environment of, and if in your response you also tell where does the whole climate and solar agenda fit in that very complex environment where I'm sure you must be having inundated with the requests, because we know almost $150 billion is the reduction in the aid budget.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here to support the International Solar Alliance again. We're very proud supporters of the work. So yeah, no, the aid cuts are pretty brutal. I mean, it's been a visible trend for a while. For those that have been watching carefully, we achieved peak aid if you exclude Ukraine and in-country refugee costs already many years ago. I think the level of chaos around the current batch of aid cuts, particularly from the United States, has been what has taken people by surprise, but the trend has been there. 2/3 of publics in the OECD are in favor of reducing aid, and that's because of fiscal stress at home, which is putting stress on public services in a cost of living crisis. But I don't want to diminish the impact at all. It's just to give a bit of political context. But even without the aid cuts, I think the debt crisis for many countries is even worse. 3 billion people currently living in countries that are spending more on debt servicing than health or education. And that is a truly disgraceful state of affairs, that we have capital leaving developing countries at scale. And it's only getting worse with the tariffs, because that's also jacking up interest rates for these countries. So every time there's a shock, it gets harder for these countries to invest. And that is precisely what they need to do to grow, to build the fiscal base to get out. So we get locked in this very vicious circle. And we've been preoccupied with this for a while. Working with leaders like Mia Mottley of Barbados on the Bridgetown agenda. We were very excited by the efforts of the Indian G20, both by including the African Union in the G20, but also the work done on reform of the multilateral development banks. All of this international financial architecture reform is absolutely crucial, and because the need is really one of investment. And when it comes to, you know, I mean, obviously we're dealing with some horrendous stories in terms of loss of maternal and child health commodities, you know, the basic things like vaccines and HIV drugs and other things. We're dealing with all of that malnutrition. And on the climate side, obviously the retreat by the United States poses another set of problems in terms of momentum on climate change. But the fundamentals of the international financial architecture make it very difficult for us to make progress on that agenda at the scale and speed that we need. So when it comes to the work around climate, providing access to electricity, enabling green industrialization and green value addition, and the crucial role that solar can play, both in terms of employment, productivity, access, emissions reductions. I mean, I'm sure I don't need to tell this group how important that is. When it comes to all of those areas, we feel that bringing down the cost of capital for developing countries is fundamental. And I can talk a little bit more about how we intend to do that. But for us, accelerating the deployment of solar remains front and center in both the human development and the climate change challenge, for all the reasons I described.
Thank you. Let me ask a little bit on pooling private sector and blended finance. I think this has been discussed for a long time, and we have a Africa Solar Facility. This is something I worked on very closely for 20 years as well. And while I think the challenge I see is you need 1,000 flowers to bloom. You still need some bit of consolidation, otherwise it's too much of fragmentation. So we are trying to have an Africa organization, Africa 50, as a platform in which World Bank gives in, we give in, everybody give in, and then they make sure that country by country, whatever is the risk mitigation that they can address. What do you think about how we can be more effective in avoiding this fragmentation?
Yeah, it's a very important question, especially now. I think at the heart of it sits country ownership, which you mentioned. And a number of countries are developing what are called country platforms, where they're turning their development aspirations into investment plans, and they're trying to organize the different kinds of financing available, whether it's bilateral, national, foreign currency, local currency, private, public, and philanthropic. And it's a very, very complex landscape. I mean, even for a country applying for two different MDBs, even though the shareholders of all the MDBs are the same, the MDBs themselves have completely different due diligence requirements. And only recently, the World Bank and Asian Development Bank have actually agreed to allow their own teams to use the due diligence requirements of others. So it's from the perspective of a country that's trying to get stuff done, it's incredibly hard. So we do need countries to take a role in organizing incoming resources, but we need the rest of the world to respond, and all the relevant institutions to respond to country plans and country platforms. These are not new. I mean, sectoral planning has been around in development for a long time. The JETPs are a version of that, although a very narrow and specific version that's only benefited a few countries. So we need this on a much grander scale, and this country ownership piece, as you mentioned, is crucial. When it comes to the blending, in an environment where ODA is declining, the role of institutions that can raise money on capital markets using public money is more crucial than ever. So obviously, those institutions that can get good leverage are going to be, very much needed. At the moment, a lot of the MDBs get very, very low private sector leverage actually for the public money that goes in. So we have to work on pushing them a lot harder and having really specific metrics around how much they leverage in terms of private sector capital, and make sure that they're also doing riskier things. And having the right kinds of finance available. So patient equity is the thing that's most missing. There's plenty of debt around. It's patient equity that's missing. And actually the Three Cairns group that did some interesting work that they presented at the World Bank meetings just recently about you would only need a very small amount actually of very well organized catalytic equity in order to get multiples of over 10. And at the moment, most of the MDBs are getting much less than that, and most ODA is getting much less than that. And in an environment where you need fiscally efficient instruments, those are the kinds of things that could be used in order to get more bang for the taxpayer buck. And there are also innovations happening in social sectors as well. So if you're looking at, for example, electrification, where it may not be attached immediately to productive use, where you're talking about institutional electrification for schools and hospitals, for example, health clinics, or indeed bottom of the pyramid access. You want to make sure that that kind of money is those kinds of uses are prioritized for the most kind of grant-based financing, and really think about how to improve the leverage and blending for other rollout of electricity. I think another really important point to make, which is also related to the systemic challenge, is that a lot of the debt sitting on Africa's balance sheets is energy related. So they've had a lot of incoming investment on energy, but there's not enough purchasing of that electricity. There's not enough industry or commercial enterprises that can buy that. And so it sits on stressed utility assets, has to get bailed out by government. So if we can make sure that there is more investment in productive use that can draw on the energy that's already there, it will also free up resources in those countries. So we need to make sure that when we're deploying blended financing, we're not just doing it for electricity without thinking about the ecosystem around it to make that viable, so that we're not piling on more debt to countries that they can't pay back. And I think philanthropy has a very particular role to play. We're supporting country platforms, so we provide technical assistance to countries to understand the landscape, develop plans, turn those plans into investable propositions. We're also supporting, I mentioned Three Cairns, Allied Climate Partners is one of their platforms, which is catalytic equity, focused mainly on pre-project preparation and very early stage development, which is quite difficult to get commercial financing for. That's a space where philanthropy can really help. And hopefully over time, these things will be self-sustaining, but in some geographies and for some applications, you'll just need philanthropic money. And then, of course, policy influencing, market design. We've done a lot of work around the world on power sector reform. We've done China, Mexico, many locations, really looking at how do you do better integration of intermittent renewables, how to incentivize demand response and battery storage. So philanthropy can provide a lot of different catalytic forms of financing, but ultimately the big money has to come from the private sector and those institutions with big balance sheets that can raise on capital markets.
That's absolutely a great point, Kate. In fact, I don't know whether you were there. I was telling about our initiative on Africa Solar Facility, where we are helping Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority have $150 million of equity, because that's the missing piece, based on junior equity of 15 million from ISA, leveraging 10 times equity and 30, 40 times of the project.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
Because what is missing is this innovation of junior equity and other pieces. And actually from here, I go to Abuja, because we are now calling all the sovereign wealth funds of Africa, which are sitting on $2 trillion. What will it take for you to replicate what Nigeria is doing?
So, I mean, it's a really good point about where money gets spent. So a lot of the pension savings and the sovereign wealth in developing countries actually gets spent in the OECD rather than being invested domestically. It's absolutely crucial that we're developing local capital markets, particularly local currency financing. So that's crucial. That's an area that we're working on. As I said, we're already doing a lot of work on technical assistance and pre-project preparation. In terms of junior equity, I mean, philanthropy on its own could provide a lot more. I think there are a lot of high net worth individuals that could be interested in this, family offices, impact investors and others, but it needs to be simplified and structured and scaled, because I think for a lot of people, as you said, it's very fragmented. A lot of the solutions are very bespoke, and actually we need large facilities like the ones you're describing to scale it all up. What I would note, though, is what you don't want is lazy private capital just bombing around looking for first loss capital from the charity sector or from taxpayers, because that's not smart. So again, I mean, this is also a capacity issue. You need to make sure that you have people on the public interest side who really know how to negotiate, because otherwise you're just going to be throwing money away and taking all the risk for the private sector, which is also not smart. So we have to be able to really differentiate what is an effective use of first loss capital for really first mover type projects on the route to scale. But I agree with you, catalytic equity is the biggest gap. It just hasn't been increasing. There's plenty of debt around.
You said something even more interesting, that a risk mitigation product without a strategy for mitigating risk is bound to fail. And therefore, when I used to see private sector investors saying, oh, I just need you to give me a guarantee for investment in Ghana because I don't have enough cash. I said, me giving you guarantee is not going to increase the cash. So I believe unless you have a good sector reform program, which is going to take time, but once you feel comfortable on the sector reform program of political ownership, you don't need to wait. You can actually start the risk mitigation. And that blend of having the right output-based program for results, backing with risk mitigation, that combination is what is really needed to unlock this.
Yeah, I agree with you. And if we have stable markets with a clear ambition in terms of direction, we want clean energy. It will also make investors more likely to invest for the long run. It will make capital more patient. The volatility in political decision making at the moment is a real problem. I mean, you've heard the Financial Times refer to Liz Truss's budget of having created a moron premium on top of British debt. You know, what we don't want is that kind of premium on these kinds of assets, right? We want absolute clarity on direction, long-term policy that's stable, that's reliable, so that investors can do the job.
Well, one of the last things, I know you're short in time, Kate, is on skills.
Yeah.
I think one of the binding constraints, especially in low-income countries and SIDS, is the quality of skills. So we are really trying to create a national center of excellence, 16 of them, probably will go up to 25, 30 of them. But then also the soft side of leadership is super important in my experience. So get their directors to become a cohort and train them to build those institutions and then connect them to a global capability center in India that can help on digitization. In SIF, as you are thinking that there is this ecosystem challenge, right? There is a finance, there's others. How do we crack the skill side in a much larger way, because that will become the binding constraint for it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it already is in many respects. I think it's very difficult to find people who are as comfortable in delivery as they are in policy or finance. And you need people that are comfortable working with different sectors and in different ways to deliver outcomes, because a lot of this is a sort of a convening problem. It's getting different, you know, governments will always blame businesses will always blame investors, and investors will always blame government, and you just go round and round and round and round. This whole issue about why is there not pipeline? Well, there's not enough policy support, and you know, and so it goes. So we actually need to break those deadlocks, getting everyone together, and capacity is crucial for that, because you have to have interlocutors in all of those sectors that can speak to the other ones, and I think that's a very, very difficult challenge, and we're sort of working on it. I mean, one of the biggest requests we're getting from finance ministries in Africa at the moment is we need help. We need help. Our debt management offices need help. We need help with strategic advice on how to develop these country platforms and who to go to for what kind of investments. We need to know what to prioritize again, because people don't want to invest in energy if there's no off-taker, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I think capacity is already a constraint, and even at the delivery level, we're seeing skill shortages for installation. I mean, I'm very excited about India's rooftop solar program, for example, world leading, super ambitious, really exciting. That's going to require a lot of people to be trained, a lot. So soup to nuts, there's a capacity gap, and philanthropy can help. On the skills side, you know, for delivery, we're working with things like skill impact bonds and other things to get skill providers to be better at training people, and on the sort of more kind of policy finance interface, we're really always looking for talent, and I know countries are always looking for talent to help bring those deals together. But the more we can standardize these things, the easier it's going to be for everyone. And so there's a sort of a think tankery that needs to sit behind a lot of the commercial activity that really explains how it's done and how it can be standardized to support the capacity work that you're talking about.
That's very well said, because in some ways I felt the need for that convening, and I hopes Foley can play that. One parting thought you would like to say, because we have all the countries here, and ISA, from where you sit, what is that one message you would like to say to Europe and the countries and ISA of?
I'd say turn down the volume on the White House and turn up the volume on everywhere else in the world. I think there's extraordinary progress being made by so many countries, and actually so many countries have caught up to the front runners that there's an awful lot of joy and potential in sharing learnings at the front line. I mean, I'm spending a lot of time, for example, on looking at EU-China. Grid bottlenecks, interprovincial or cross-border trading are a common problem for large balancing areas like that. I think if countries can work together more on practical problem solving, bringing stakeholders round together and just turn down the noise on the rhetoric and just keep going, focus on delivery, will do a lot better. And I know ISA will be at the heart of all of those conversations.
Thank you so much.
So thank you.
Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's ungrateful to break up this interesting conversation, but thank you very much, Ms. Hampton. if we want to have a very short round of comments from the member states, feel free to. But I see no comments, so I think we can proceed to the next agenda item, or the earlier agenda item, with an update on the Star C. The next agenda item is the update on Star C, capacity building and knowledge management as contained in working document 05. As we delve into this agenda item, we are reminded that no energy transition can succeed without empowered institutions, skilled human capital, and dynamic knowledge ecosystems. In this regard, the International Solar Alliance's Star C initiative and its broader knowledge strategy represents a cornerstone of our shared mission. I now invite the Secretariat, Felipe, to present the detailed update on Star C, capacity building and knowledge management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in the next few minutes, we will walk through this update on knowledge management and capacity building with a special focus on Star C. My question is, why philanthropic associations and countries are so engaged and interested in Star C? Sorry, the presentation is not running. Ah, it's there, sorry. Okay, that's fine, yeah, no problem. Because Star C is not just about energy transition, like we discussed before, and you already mentioned some points. It's about changing people's life. It's about economic development, bringing electricity to communities, creating jobs, and opening space for local business to grow. So yes, Star C is good policy, but more than that, it's about empowering people, lending to concrete social impact. And to bring these words to life, I would like to share a short film that shows the real impact Star C is having on the ground, direct testimonies from the beneficiaries of the current 10 Star Cs. So please, play the film.
Star C training program helps me gain any skills about solar photovoltaic rooftop system.
Donc, j'exhorte vraiment aux jeunes de venir faire les formations qui se font à l'Académie solaire, de venir s'inscrire s'il y a des sections de formation, parce que ça peut leur servir sur leur carrière professionnelle.
If we are on site and we are far from the energy grid, this program will be helpful on designing the free energy by using the cell.
So as a regulator, my role is to provide uninterrupted power supply. Hence, it is a very helpful training.
And it is not only training, it is more than training.
Engagement tools that have directly contributed to more efficient system deployment and greater team coordination.
Gracias a esta formación he adquirido un conocimiento más amplio sobre las diversas tecnologías asociadas a los sistemas fotovoltaicos, lo que me permite ofrecer soluciones más viables e inteligentes a los clientes.
Aussi, grâce à cette formation, j'ai eu à utiliser des capteurs thermiques et utiliser le Pathfinder pour étudier le type d'ombrage toute une année et aussi à utiliser le patient privé dans les caractéristiques et l'aspect coaching.
Ça va nous permettre à profiter de beaucoup de trucs, de nous créer, avoir l'idée de créer nous-mêmes nos propres sociétés et conquérir et être sur le marché international.
I will recommend also others to join this program so that they can get deep knowledge theoretically and also practically on mini-grid areas. So, I'd like to thank.
Okay. And I would like to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the International Solar Alliance and the Star C team.
So this thank you is for you, mostly. Would like to, before to proceed, for what you see for the future for the Star C, it's just to remind you about the functions of StarC. The StarC is built around 4 core functions, which is capacity building, offering different type of trainings, testing and standardization, ensuring quality process to certification for solar related technologies, enterprise and innovation supporting business incubation and development, and knowledge management, a digital platform sharing training materials, best practice, and standards across the countries. I will go quickly. DG already presented some status, but okay, I would like to share that the last 2 years, the progress of StarC was really remarkable. We are celebrating 10 StarCs operational. Today, more than 1,400 people have been trained in less than 2 years, 400 in 2025. We are working to operationalize 7 more centers in the next 7 months, and 12 member countries already formally expressed their interest for the StarC. Thank you, Denmark, for the support for the StarC. So we have in Ghana and Tanzania, these 2 countries are supported by Denmark, by France, with Bhutan, Senegal, and PNG, Papua New Guinea, supported by UNIDO. So this is 3 countries, especially working partnership with UNIDO team for the support. And the objective of opening 50 centers by 2030 is ambitious and important, but some concerns came to our minds. First are program management standards. The StarC program has been managed differently across countries, some with support from UNIDO and others internally by ISA, creating complexity and is inconsistent. Second is about strategy coherence. How can we keep expanding the network under a single vision and common objectives of all ISA member countries? And finally, sustainability. How can we be sure that these StarC centers will survive in the medium and long term after the 2 years of financial support? Each center must develop the ability to operate sustainably. Centers need to keep attracting trainees in the long term, generate income, and stay relevant as solar industry evolves quickly. UNIDO and ISA teams are working actively with support of European Commission team in Delhi to enlarge the scope of this strategic collaboration. And by the end of this year, we are launching a project with contribution from you and International Solar Alliance with the key outcomes to harmonize and unify the program management framework, working with UNIDO across all countries, aligning strategy, strengthening to develop concrete business plans, ensuring that each StarC has the knowledge and capacity to actively leverage its core functions and secure its long-term sustainability. The idea is to reinforce the local coordination role as business leaders to make StarC centers sustainable, strengthening and to implement our international recognized certification program. I come to what Romania told you us. Following by a trainings master program, this is will enable to each StarC center to scale high quality trainings with greater autonomy and quality in a much agile way. Increase donors' trust. And finally, to extend the network and the StarC centers to use all functions as planned, not become only beyond the training aspects. Few words about Global Capability Center. We are behind the clock. I will try to just to show and to confirm what has been already said. As a major step in advancing ISA's global support ecosystem, the idea is to create a solar global capability center, the GCC, building in this vision of a hub and spoke model. The star centers are being reimagined as national hubs for knowledge and innovation, far beyond their initial role as training facilities. And supported by GCC, they will deliver high-impact services at global, regional, and national levels. The GCC will act as a central engine of this network, providing a global center of excellence, digital and artificial intelligence infrastructure, innovation accelerators and business incubator, offshore technical expertise, and advisory support. The target is to deploy a business model for GCC that is connected with the ESTAR-C network that will generate incomes and continuous benefits to all member countries. This next generation will position ISA member countries and ESTAR-C to lead in collaboration, solar deployment, self-resilience, and scalable solutions. The second phase of the program, like I said, is focused on providing the foundation of the expansion of the network while ensuring its sustainability and preparing the STAR centers to become national capability centers supported by GCC. In medium and long term, the vision is to extend these efforts in collaboration with you and European member states in a 5 years vision that we can work to strengthen this capacity building ecosystem. It will also open new avenues for global collaboration through public, private, and academic partnerships, joint research initiatives, and knowledge exchange platforms. This partnership aims to accelerate the global adoption and solar energy and contribute for a more sustainable and inclusive energy future. Quick update about other initiatives in the area. We develop several knowledge products in partnership with technology and policy teams. So you see on the screen what are the priorities for the year. So we've been working floating PV, agri-PV, integrated PV applications, business integrated PV, and finally solar thermal, and waste management. Waste management became a priority for us. It's very important due to the life cycle of the solar panels and batteries, how will become the waste of the solar panels. So we are currently working a report in collaboration for this point. We are continuously working with what we call knowledge series, so monthly fact sheets and quarterly digest reports, also with market and investment technologies. Important to highlight as work in progress, the bunkers training. We already have trained 150 people of 14 countries with online trainings for bunkers. And this year we performed a training in Fiji for Pacific Islands, in-person training that involved 23 people. And in parallel, promoting webinars and different conferences to talk about all kinds of technologies that you can see on the screen. This PowerPoint will be shared. Feel free to reach out if you are interested to go in more details with any of the topics that are mentioned there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to invite the members to share their comments, if there are any. Franz?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. 3 words on my side for France: support, underline positive development, and an invitation. The first word is a word of strong support for the StarSea program, which addresses crucial issues regarding the development of solar energy. So thank you very much for all the work that has been done. Since 2018, France has been funding secondies. We now have 3 of them to launch and participate in the StarSea program. So that's a wonderful work done. Thank you for that. Second element, underline a number of positive development. You have mentioned a number of them. We welcome ISA's efforts to secure an MOU for establishing a physical star center in Papua New Guinea, and the first training session held last week. We also look forward to the political inauguration of the center in Bhutan and are pleased that the French funding for the 3 pilot projects was able to leverage other fundings, and thanks for the European Commission and Denmark also for the work we've done together, thereby enhancing the quality of all the StarSea centers. And so we will continue at national level to work with ISA and all partners on these centers by mobilizing our French secondee within the program. Third element, invitations on 2 things. First, we congratulate and support the ISAR in its efforts to standardize the StarSea and ensure high quality standards of all centers through auditing, peer review and pillar assessment. This is very important in reinforcing the program and ensuring that it provides the best quality services. Second element, you mentioned the importance of ensuring for the centers to ensure their financial sustainability in a rather short time frame. This is key also, and so the reforms that have been laid out are very positive in that context. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comments. Thank you for your comments and recommendations. I request the Secretariat to take note of all the members' comments. As you can see, we are running a little bit behind the agenda, and there are some changes to the further proceedings. The coffee break and group photograph that is planned for now or for 11 o'clock, we will have the group photograph at the end of the meeting. And I would ask you to have the coffee, a little bit shorter coffee break. You are invited to also bring your coffee back to the meeting. And I would say that we should aim to be back at 11:25 to further continue the CEO caucus. Thank you.
Check. Oh.
Yeah, it works. It's just now it does. Go ahead.
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. And this one here. Check, check, check. 1. 2, check.
Since we are on a very strict schedule, I would ask you to take your seats and that we can start with the next agenda item. I hope you all re-energized from the coffee break. As you can tell, I was deserted. The main attention is now on the other side of the room. The next agenda item is the CEO Caucus, Global Solar Value Chains. As we reflect on the rapid expansion of solar markets worldwide, it becomes increasingly evident that the strength of solar global value chains will determine the pace and equity of the clean energy transition. From polysilicon manufacturing to module assembly, from grid integration technologies to skilled human capital, each link in this chain must be reinforced to ensure affordability, accessibility, and sustainability. In this context, today's CEO caucus represents a timely and strategic platform in convening global industry leaders, institutional investors, and policy thinkers. The caucus seeks to identify actionable pathways to diversify production, de-risk investment, and stimulate innovation across the solar ecosystem. We particularly welcome its focus on ensuring that developing countries, including LDCs and SIDS, are not merely consumers, but active contributors to the global value creation in solar energy. This agenda item offers us a chance to align regional perspectives with the global trends. Europe and its partner countries bring immense potential, from advanced research and circular economy models to green finance and enabling policy frameworks. Our discussion today can help shape ISA's efforts to bridge the supply gaps, foster manufacturing partnerships, and promote value chain transparency. I look forward to your insights on how Europe and others region can contribute to building a more integrated, inclusive, and equitable global solar value chain. Let us ensure that solar energy is not just a tool for transition, but also a means to empower economies, create quality jobs, and deepen South-South and North-South collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for moving the attention to this side of the room. Just to give an introduction to the CEO caucus, we started this as a platform to engage with the private sector on pertinent region-specific issues on all the regions that ISA works on last year. And this is our second edition. And the learnings from last year were to make this as a platform with focuses on pertinent issues to the region, but also keep the engagement consistent through a period of engagement activities, thought papers, white papers, and everything, and not do this as a one-off event annually. This year, for our Europe Regional Committee meeting, our CEO caucus focuses on global solar value chain, and I'm happy to have our knowledge partners, the Becquerel Institute and Terry, run this for us. Before I hand it over to our Director General for his opening remarks, I thought we'll go around and have introductions to our new esteemed guests who have joined us for this session.
Thank you very much. So, Gaëtan Masson from Becquerel Institute. I will moderate the session of the CEO caucus in a few minutes, and I also welcome you in Brussels.
Hello, thanks a lot for the invitation. Berthold Breit is my name. I'm the founder and director of Renewables Academy, RENAC, and we are a training provider along the whole value chain of solar technologies and also renewables.
Hello, Christoph Bodewild, Secretary General of the European Solar Manufacturing Council, and our association is representing about 70 companies and organizations from the solar manufacturing sector in Europe.
Good morning, my name is Valérie Séjourné. I'm the Managing Director of Solar Heat Europe, which is a solar thermal industry association based in Brussels, representing solar thermal technologies, so providing hot water and heat from solar thermal.
Okay. Good morning still. My name is Pia-Lena Lange. I'm the Director for Public Affairs and Policy at Trina Solar. We are a global manufacturer of solar modules and batteries, but I do represent today the Global Solar Council, where I'm a board member. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Patrick Dehoux. I'm founder and CEO of a manufacturing project for solar PV modules in Belgium.
Good morning, Mark Rector, co-founder and CEO of MCPV, working on deploying 4 gigawatts of cells and modules in the Netherlands and Spain.
I just moved to give comfort that I'm on this part right now.
Hi, I'm Sunil. I'm from Emomec from Belgium. So we are research partners, I think, and we do a lot of research on solar photovoltaics.
Thank you very much. I think we have colleagues joining online as well. Rishabh, can we start with you? A short introduction.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Rishabh Jain from the Council. I think there's some echo. Hello, I'm Rishabh Jain from the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a policy research institution based in New Delhi, India. I lead the work on solar manufacturing, critical minerals, and supply chains. Thank you.
Alexander, if we... You're not audible.
We can hear him.
I think then it's an audio issue on our side. Yeah. Alexander, I think there's an audio issue at our end. We'll probably just get back to you. And Roberto?
Hi. Okay. Hi, good morning to all. I'm Roberto Barletta. I'm the Chief Sales Officer for WeSee. As WeSee, we are a service company that mainly brings all the available technology from satellite data, airplane data, drone data to support the solar industry and the efficiency in the industry. And we are based in Italy.
Thank you. So over to you. Sebastian?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Sebastian Gatz. We have still an echo here, just that you know. I'm the Vice President for Renewable Energies at Von Ardenne. Von Ardenne is an equipment supplier for vacuum coating. And we are in the supply chain for solar cell production and also thin film photovoltaics. So, and I'm also a board member of the German Solar Association, BSW. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And let me now hand it over to our DG, Mr. Ashish Khanna, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, everyone, and really appreciate such a esteemed panel. I want to just get straight into the discussion, but just maybe allow me to share 2 points. One is, as you saw, when we are trying to open up a vertical on technology policy and roadmaps, let us be very concrete that this issue of concentration of solar supply chains in one country has been discussed for far too long. Let us come out with very practical aspects of what is the real barrier. Is it a finance issue? Is it a policy problem? What is it that you as suppliers and others will like? And my second point, which I'm seeing a little bit from an international perspective, perhaps each country or even a continent is trying to solve everything by their own, which may not be the best solution for a diversified supply chain. So what will be your view, or how can a country or a group of countries come together to actually view this in a more holistic way? Thank you so much.
It's easier. Thanks, Mr. Secretary General, for introducing the discussion. I would like to launch the discussion on not only this subject, but another one, in my opinion, which is framing a lot the perception that we have about photovoltaics and solar in general, which is social and political acceptance. And why am I adding political acceptance to a widely used concept, which is social acceptance? Because I think we are seeing in Europe, and not only in Europe, definitively some kind of counterattack from the fossil fuel industry. Not only the fossil fuel industry, but I think it's good in the discussion that we'll have here to have in mind that the energy transition is not always a given. That, of course, when you created jobs in the renewable energy industry, especially in solar, you're destroying jobs elsewhere. And it's a very important political subject, which has consequences. And we see it in the automotive industry, we see it in the battery industry, we see it in the power industry in general, and I really would like to try to tackle this point. As you were saying, Mr. Secretary General, and it will be a question for many people here, I really would like to go in depth about which are the barriers for local manufacturing at different levels of the value chain. And one of them, and it's very good to have Renak here, because I would like to talk about how to train people, how to train engineers, how to train specialists, how to train technicians. It's also not a given. Many companies around the value chain are reporting on a regular basis the difficulties to hire quality people. And it's not the only barrier, of course, but it's an important one. And I would like to finish the discussion by how can we strengthen international cooperation? We have numerous countries around the table, numerous European countries, but not only. And when we are looking at the membership of ISA, definitively there is a willingness from many countries to benefit from the experience of others. How to create local value chains, which ones, how to finance them, how to ensure a sustainable market for the product. And I'm giving you an example which my company faced recently. We are in discussion in Morocco for many years about local manufacturing of cells and modules. And the blocking point is always the same. It's what's the local market. And it's something in developed countries, from India to Europe, which is absolutely obvious. It's significantly less obvious for investors to understand what's the future market for renewable energies, and especially for solar in emerging countries. And I really would like to have that discussion at the end, or how we can strengthen forces, or we can build at some point some kind of an international consortium to accelerate PV development, market on one side, but industry on the other one. I will not try to say too much, just to guide the discussion. And who wants to start? Ladies first. Yes, Alina. But I think it's good to have the Global Solar Council around the table.
Yes, I'm so happy that I'm not a shy person. So.
Yes.
So I'm speaking on behalf of the Global Solar Council, but I'm also going to speak on behalf of my company, Trina Solar, as I explained before, simply because we do agree a lot with what you said before. Indeed, there is absolutely the need for cooperation, exchange, and that is on different levels. There is the level, obviously, of technological cooperation, and I must say that today there are other regions of the world that are maybe a little bit more knowledgeable on solar manufacturing than others. That has developed over the time. That is not now a judgment. It is simply a development that has happened in the industry. So it is also about, ensuring that we can bring back that kind of technology, build on the excellence that has been developed over the years, and build on that in terms of also looking into the future, which other technologies will be needed in the future. Then there's cooperation on the investment side, on the financial side. Europe is not a very easy place to invest in, and I think that doesn't come as a surprise to anyone in the room. The framework conditions are not easy. We are talking about higher energy costs, we are talking about higher labor costs, but we are also talking about topography, geography. So when you're looking at our production sites, you are basically looking at kilometers of kilometers of kilometers of production, which allows us to produce at a very low cost. You can't do that in every region of the world. You can maybe do that in Morocco. You can maybe do that in Texas, simply because you have flat, open land where you can have this kind of production capacities. In Europe, the situation is different. So we need to find other instruments in order to create an attractive investment environment where companies want to invest, but where also companies can be economically viable. So this really requires cooperation on different areas. It does obviously require cooperation within the industry, but it also does require cooperation, and I'm looking here on the other side of the room, of the member states, of the policymakers, and I will end on that. The Net Zero Industry Act has paved a little bit the way for more attractive criteria, framework conditions, such as, for example, creating lead markets. But the Net Zero Industry Act has fallen absolutely short on really pushing here the envelope a little bit further. On the one hand, creating the funding opportunities that are needed, and on the other hand, I think that's even more important, really kickstarting lead investments that in the end will also lead to self-sufficient ecosystems in the solar industry. So I hope that was a good start for the discussion.
That's a perfect start, Christophe Podevils. You might have expected it.
Yes, thank you so much. I can second many things you have been mentioning, but maybe let me start with what Europe, and I'm speaking for European companies, can offer when it comes to cooperation, and I think that's a lot. So our member companies and also our research institutions are still leading when it comes to technology. So we are talking about research in perovskite, in new wafering technologies, in heavy metal-free solar glass, all those kinds of things, which are important and which also allows for differentiation. So the message to you is there is still solar manufacturing supply from Europe, also really along the complete supply chain, starting from silicon to module production and beyond. And moreover, Europe can offer cybersecure designs, which I think is more and more important. And not to forget, there is still a strong patent base. So products made on European technology can be produced in a way that there are no IP issues, which is not always the case. And there's a lot of companies which are offering recycling opportunities. And if you have a look on the sheer volume of solar modules which have entered the market over the last 15 or 20 years, that is also a source of raw materials which could be used, given that there is appropriate recycling technology. And that's what we can offer. But I said I can agree with many points, and here I would like to come to the finance thing. And indeed, finance is an issue. In particular, the access for our members, for our companies, to easy finance. I'm often hear from members that they're really struggling to get the financial construction ready, and they need support. And here it comes to cooperation from not only from the European Union, but also from countries on the regional level. Second point is long-term market visibility. So is there really a business case over, let's say, 7 to 10 years in a particular geography? That's not even a given in Europe today for our members, I have to say. With the Net Zero Industry Act, that is going to change for European producers of solar modules, solar cells, but also for producers in other regions, because the Net Zero Industry Act first is an instrument of diversifying supply, not so much on building or rebuilding a European solar industry. And last point I'd like to make is a real strong political commitment that you want to have this industry in your country, and sense that as a signal to the industry, and of course also stick to it. That's something I think which is on the investors' perspective very important, as investors do not join those meetings like we do here. They are reading newspapers, for instance, and they need that kind of signals. Yeah, and with that, I'm handing back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to ask you a little question. The perception we all have in Europe is that it's becoming a very risky industry, where investors are extremely reluctant to simply to invest. What's the role of public investment? Or what should be the role of public investment?
It's all about de-risking, I would say. And so if there is a market and a market visibility, then public investment can just pull the trigger for a lot of private investment. And we know that there are a lot of private entities ready to invest, but they know they also need some confidence that they get back their money, and I think it's perfectly fair. And if there is a bit of public money in that, that increases the amount of confidence, of course.
It's a very interesting point on public guarantees. I know that we are supposed to discuss with 15 people here, but I might ask people ask questions to the rest of the table afterwards, so don't fall asleep. People online, if you want to ask questions or comments, just raise your virtual hands. We have discussed about technology, and it's good to have someone from IMEC IMOMEC here. I would like to have a little bit your comment on what can happen in the PV sector in the coming years. There are many, I would say, not false information, but inappropriate information circulating about PV technology in general. What can we expect? Or you can use this one.
Well, I think in general, there is some misinformation, of course. For instance, there was a point about perovskites, for example. So I think there's a lot of issues with the efficiency and the stability for long term, which has been a topic of discussion. And even long-term durability in terms of perovskites or even thin films for that matter has been a topic of discussion. But yes, it is a fact, and I think transparency is more important. So for instance, open practices for science where you can actually have verifiable data uploaded online for everyone to verify, for instance, is something that we are trying to promote. Because even very high impact fact journals, for instance, sometimes the information is not very credible. So I guess it's important to have, yes.
I would like you to summarize that in a different way, if you agree. My point is I've heard too often that we should wait for the next generation to invest. But I don't think that it's clearly the point. The next generation is still unclear whether it will work or not work. And basically, it's much more the question of an incremental technology evolution. And I've heard from many policymakers in Europe, but also in the US and in Africa, for instance, that we should abandon the market to the Chinese for the time being, wait for perovskites to be operational. I think the message we could pass is that there is a chance or probability which is not negligible that it will never come. And so that basically the investment should be in existing technologies to bring them to higher efficiency, lower cost, and better quality and reliability. Can you comment on that?
Yes. So I think what we would like to see is a sort of a cycle. So for instance, yes, look into the future generation, but also, for instance, waste management. So of course, we have a lot of silicon which we have used over the years, and now it's after 25 years life cycle, it will be a certain amount of waste which needs to be handled. And so, for instance, one of the things that needs to also be focused on, for instance, is how to handle decommissioned modules. So decommissioned second life modules can be reused, even though they might not be as efficient. But for instance, a policy is not very clear on how to verify or how to test or do certain things. So it's not only about the future, because we are working towards the future generation, but it's also about how to handle the amount of things that we have generated already. So it's sort of a cycle. So it needs to be two-pronged approach where we look into the future at one side, but we also look into the past so that we can draw lessons from it, I guess.
Thank you. Mark?
Thank you. I think that we have learned over the past decades that innovation is great, but innovation without industry is a waste. Right? So coming back to your question.
Nice sentence.
Yeah, coming back to your question, when is the right time to start? Well, I think we've had 2 or 3 decades of a lot of research in Europe. We know that China has been intelligently, strategically using part of that technology development and moved on from that technology development. But the point I'd like to make is that basically we cannot really discuss a innovation or technology development or R&D development strategy without having an industry. It doesn't make any sense from a purely economic perspective. So that's one point. The other point is what I often miss in the discussion is that the world is changing drastically, largely driven by shifts in energy systems, right? From fossil to non-fossil, from centralized to decentralized, which also means that industries are changing significantly, and industries are decentralizing or localizing, whatever we want to call that. So it cannot be asked from the private investment sector to drive that change. It has to be a political drive that drives that change and create the frameworks that allows private investment to participate in that. And I think that's what a little bit missing in Europe still, although we're getting there. And a really interesting kind of strategic long-term example out of China, right? Who, more than a decade and a half ago, set their goals long-term and drove that forward based on that vision. So we're a little bit behind on that, but we certainly have the capability to build our own and to build jointly. And what we need to do, and we were talking about just at the coffee machine, we need to set the rules, right? And I don't think that's extremely difficult, as long as we have clear goals, understand what the end goals are, and have a good dialogue.
Do I understand you when you're saying that basically what has been done in the European Union for the time being is largely insufficient?
Well, I think that we all probably agree that the European Union system is slow, but that's part, I guess, of the system that we have created together, and I think we want to maintain that system, so we should look for ways to improve.
Exactly.
Right? So I don't think there's anything wrong structurally with our system. I think we need to define very carefully what our long-term goals are, and then implement the measures intelligently and jointly with others around the world to find a new balance, basically, in the emerging energy system. Very high level, that is, right?
I was probably not that clear. I didn't want to criticize the way all the European Union is working, but much more than the Zero Industry Act.
Yes. Well,
which I'm not the first one to have commented on that, so I think it's also a message for the rest of the audience, since you will have to implement it, guys.
Do you want me to comment on that? Okay.
Of course.
So yes, I think we've heard not only today but previously as well out of the industry that the Net Zero Industry Act is factually too soft, not strong enough, and too unambitious. I think that that needs to be seen in the context of, again, the long-term goals. What do we want to achieve and by when? We have a 30 gigawatt target by 2030 or 40% of deployment. We're in 2025. How we're going to make that target? And so I would say asking ourselves those questions at the policymaker level should come to quite concrete answers of what we need to do today in order to enable the industry to deploy, because we're ready, right? We're ready to go, but we need the framework conditions to basically enable the investment to enable us to deploy.
Thanks. Oh, some online comments. Sebastian Gatz first.
No, I think Rachid was first. But we have still an echo issue here.
But we hear you perfectly. So sorry for the inconvenience on your side, but here it's perfect. So you can speak.
From our point of view, kind of de-risking resilience comes at a price, right? Countries like India, USA, they believe they would rather invest now than bear the costs of the dependence later. Therefore, I echo also Mark Rechter's comment on politics. They need to act and provide the right framework for this, right? And maybe from an equipment supplier perspective, we are really sure and we are welcome this trend to local production, right? So especially the Chinese market is becoming more and more sealed for European equipment suppliers, right? However, we would also want to point out that the equipment supplier from Europe and Asia, let's say the Asian suppliers, they try to exploit also their global dominance also in the equipment markets. And similar as for the modules, we observe that also the equipment is being offered and sold below production costs. And when we want to do, and politics and decision makers want to do a kind of build up a resilient value chain, they should not only focus on cells, ingot, wafer cells, and modules, but also think about the equipment and the material supply. The good news is that there are still equipment suppliers in the Western Hemisphere left that have further developed and or even still new developed their equipment and their technologies together in collaboration with the research institutes, Fraunhofer ISE, ISC, ISFH, HZB in Germany, or also in France, CIE Ines, just to name part of them. So together with them, we are able to offer competitive solutions over large parts of the value chain. So I think this is a really strong strength from Europe, which we can offer to the world. But for sure, it needs to be backed up also by comprehensive industry politics.
Thank you, Dr. Gatz. So we had a question or comments from Jane Rishab, sorry, excuse me.
Hey, Rishabh here. Can you switch off the mic if possible?
We hear you perfectly.
Perfect. Thank you. So the echo has gone now. I represent a policy research institution based in Delhi, and in the last couple of years, we have seen that there has been a lot of focus, at least in India, on trying to build the supply chain, but also diversify our supply chain. And this particular question that was being discussed, should we wait for the new technology or should we invest in the existing technology, is something that we have also discussed and debated a lot in India. And I would say that in the last 15 years, the solar manufacturing industry has gone through ups and downs, a lot of downs though, where we've seen many of these manufacturing units shut down. But at this current stage, I'm happy to also share that we are I'm happy, but also concerned to share that we are over capacity of solar module manufacturing in India. We are 80 to 90 gigawatts of annual solar module capacity, around 15 gigawatts, 10 to 15 gigawatts of solar cell. There's a small capacity of wafer, and of course, polysilicon is expected to come up in the next 2 to 3 years. All of this has happened due to a couple of reasons in the last years. One is there has been a clarity in the policymakers that we need to support domestic manufacturing, which earlier was, some may say that yes, we should, some may necessarily prioritize imports itself. At the same time, there has been a lot of focus on the tariff, non-tariff barriers, and what are the fiscal incentives that should be given. So everything comes together, and then that has really helped. And finally, what we are seeing right now in India is the offtake. How do you create offtake for this manufacturing? Because beyond India, trying to sell a lot of these solar modules will not necessarily be easy, right? Because if you have to compete at cost, any country cannot compete at the cost at which solar modules are available from China. But there may still be countries, in specifically those in Europe, America, maybe Australia, and few others, who are looking to diversify their supply chains and may be ready to pay some premium compared, not a lot of premium, some premium if a lot of this is manufactured in India. So that is where what has really helped Indian manufacturers scale up. But on this question of, again, coming back, that how much are we investing in R&D, unfortunately is very less. We are still importers of technology, including the machineries, the technology, the skill at times also, because you require hand-holding and skill transferring from the Chinese counterparts. At the end of the day, it will take 3 to 5 years for many of these lines to stabilize, and in that time, the technology may change. But I want to highlight, and maybe others in the room who have spent a lot of time in the R&D can correct me if I'm wrong, the solar module technology has moved fairly advanced in the last couple of years, maybe in the last 5 to 7 years. We are seeing 23, 24% efficiencies, 30 years of life guarantee, and there are many other things, changes in material. My always question is, should we continue chasing the latest technology? What is the benefit do we necessarily get out of that? And is it okay if we focus And if we have the tech to manufacture N-1 technology, N-2 technology, maybe 19%, maybe 20%, we would still be able to generate power, right? So, and then once we have the ecosystem, once we have the systems in place, once we have the necessary skills, once there are enough people, because right now, even in India, as we scale up, we are unable to find people who can assemble solar modules. While that's a fairly simple process, and as we move backwards, all these steps keep on getting more complex. So if it's okay, let's start somewhere. And in the process, through international collaboration, once you have an ecosystem, more and more people can enter into the sector, and hopefully then R&D can develop. Because otherwise, how do you even convince the young scientists to invest in R&D when the industry does not exist? Thank you.
Many interesting points, and I will come back on some of them in a minute. Just would like to give the floor to Renak and then back to the Global Solar Council.
Yeah, I also want to give some more ideas to the discussion. If we look about the value chains, we're not only talking about modules or inverters, which we haven't discussed right now. I mean, we know how is the situation with the modules from China. Still there's model manufacturing in Europe, but not too much. I mean, simply in Germany, I think 90,000 jobs have been killed, yeah, in the solar PV industry, 2008 to 2010. But like more positively seen, we also have to see, and this was also the impression from the Intersolar Fair in Munich just recently, there's a lot of companies working in different other fields for the solar value chain, yeah? I mean, companies for monitoring technology, cleaning, optimizing, storage, grid integration, holistic systems. So I think this is where also this diversity that we do have in Europe reflects a lot also in the diversity of other technologies around the solar PV modules, yeah. And here I see really a lot of strengths for Europe, yeah, because it has like strong R&D with the universities in collaboration with the private sector, also institutes like Fraunhofer and so on. So if we, let's say, focus more on holistic energy concepts, integrating energy efficiency, and then using solar PV for the supply generation, but like in an intelligent way. So this is where I really see, yeah, or my vision, or the vision for Europe, where it can position itself. And this is also where like the future goes to. I mean, now in Germany, you cannot simply build a utility scale PV system without storage. Yeah, so I mean, BESS is now more or less the must because of the increase of the capacity of solar PV and fluctuating renewables. So I think this is a lot what Germany and Europe have to offer. Yeah.
Thank you, Alina.
So I would like to bring back the discussion a little bit more to the concrete and practical questions of localizing solar value chains. And speaking about, you know, how impactful and how effective EU legislation can be, and I want to give you the example of Austria, France, and Italy in terms of made in Europe. In Europe, there are different definitions. It's EEA or whatever. This is not the point now. But made in Europe schemes, and I think those schemes, even though they have been on the financial ends rather low. But they have created a lot of certainty and they have created a lot of clarity. And this is what we as an industry need. We are energy. We are the blood, if you want, of the industry. So if we don't have clarity and if we don't have effective legislation, every other industry will have an issue. Every private citizen will have an issue because energy costs are going up again. And so if you want to push that industry and make sure that not only it is stable, but also coming from local sources, we need to have legislation that is more concrete. And that does mean, yes, creating lead markets. It does mean pushing until the industry is set to do it on their own. And you have seen that in other regions of the world. Yes, China, yes, India, maybe the US, even though that's a very different story, but for other reasons. But we need to have more impactful, concrete legislation in order to get there.
Thank you. Patrick from Sun Lion, I would like you to comment on that.
Sure, if you can hear me, yeah. Well, first thing is that, I mean, I'm totally convinced that solar PV is there to stay, it's there to grow. There should be room for everybody, yeah? And especially for players in Europe. Now, I mean, the question, when should Europe start? I mean, the train is already half left. It's half leaving the station, so if you want to take the train, and it's now or never. You cannot wait more, it's no. If you are speaking of the Net Zero Industry Act, a good friend of mine said that you need a couple of PhD to properly understand that. It's true that we need better clarity. We had a very hard time to explain to our investors, okay, there is this nice regulatory framework called NZDA, it's going to be creating the best of the world for us. And when we go a bit in the details, it's like, well, you know, it's difficult, let's put it that way. And if I'm looking one step further in the investment, I feel there is a certain sense of shyness. Some people are, especially on the investor side, people not aware of the solar PV industry in general, a sentiment that, yeah, we give up, it's done, we're not competitive. And it's too bad, because I believe it's possible to be reasonably competitive in Europe if we do the right automation, if we invest in technology, if we manage properly our supply chain. So what are we waiting for?
I really like the question of the right size. Christophe. And
Thank you. Yeah, I want to comment a bit on the Net Zero Industry Act. I mean, this is the first time, and that is a good signal that Europe sends something like a signal to the solar industry and offering incentives and demanding requirements to the solar industry or from the solar industry. So this is good, but indeed it's only the framework regulation on the European level, and now it needs to be adopted by the member states. And there is a lot of options and degrees of freedom. I mean, and that's also in a way like what Europe is, how Europe is working. But given that we have in Europe that target of 30 gigawatt of production capacity along the supply chain in Europe, still we have that target, 30 gigawatt. There also needs to be some alignment and to harmonization. So what are exactly the criteria which are getting rewards under the Net Zero Industry Act? What are the minimum requirements you need to fulfill if you're going to participate in a public auctions on resilience and sustainability? Lots of those questions, and time is very short. The European member states of the European Union need to implement the Net Zero Industry Act on the public auction, so that's the segment I'm talking about, by January 1st, 2026. So my request to you is go and sit together and discuss and agree on a kind of standard sets on methodologies and criteria, so that we do not end up with 27 sets of criteria and methodology nobody can comply with. That would be really, really hard, if not impossible to meet by the current industry.
So, three. The solar thermal industry, but I think you have to explain on which side of the solar thermal you are. Is it CSP or is it solar thermal in general?
Both.
That's why I'm...
I'm not wearing black today, but I have the feeling that it reminds me of the little black duck in the middle of all these white swans. So, but still, I'm happy to have the chance to express myself. I just want to remind a few figures. I was checking them a couple of minutes ago. In 2020, solar thermal had 479 gigawatt thermal installed worldwide, PV 672. The latest figures, 24, solar thermal has 544 gigawatt installed, solar PV 2,244, so PV has had a massive rise, but we are still there with our non-concentrated and concentrated technology. So the provision of energy that can come from solar thermal, providing hot water, heat, basic health needs for people is definitely there. So the solar thermal industry is really keen to play its role as partner of all the other solar energy. So please, it would be really good to maybe give also in the work of the Alliance a fairer positioning between all solar technologies, especially the low-hanging fruit, which is the case of solar thermal. Let's not also forget the PVT, which we have in our product portfolio, which is a panel combining both the provision of heat and power. So solar thermal is here to play its role, and let's also in the member states try to have a bit more focus on the potential of this technology. In Europe, for example, I'm representing Solar Heat Europe. My members are really happy to meet 90% of the EU demand. We are really proud to be in Europe an EU-based manufacturing industry, meeting the demand of Europeans and hoping that this demand will grow. In terms of supply chain, value chain, I think our production processes don't depend on rare earth material. We can easily supply that from European companies and sources. So it's a sector which can really play its role in the energy transition and meet a growing demand. So let's really partner together. We need all good technologies, solar thermal, PV, the other one like geothermal, etc., are here to play their role. So happy to collaborate and work with the member states, especially countries where there is big production like Austria, Greece, Cyprus, France, to name a few, which have really active members. So keen to play our role in the work of the Alliance and with the partners of the PV sector.
Thank you. Before giving the floor to two panelists here, I would like to ask a question to people on the other side of the table. And don't be shy, we will not record it, and we will not mention that Austria or Greece might have said that. There have been a lot of comments from panelists here about the need for the Net Zero Industry Act to be properly applied if we want to convince investors to reinvest in the solar PV value chain. It means, as Christophe Podevils was saying, that basically countries will have until the 1st of January 2026, so it's coming, to put in place a legislation based on the Net Zero Industry Act, which could really have an impact on the confidence of investors. And we don't see it for the time being, except in Italy, in Austria, in France. So I would like to ask, and of course it's no commitment, it's more indicative, which are the countries working on the subject with the willingness, really the willingness to favor local manufacturing? Can I see hands being raised if someone wants to speak about it? Well, I assume none of them. It's quite an interesting conclusion. So I will continue the discussion since no one wants to step up or indicate whatever. We had two more comments. Imomec first and then MCPV.
I just had a quick comment which I think was pointed out by quite a few of our panelists. So one is the Made in Europe module. Actually, I think Esther's group from France, they actually showed making a silicon module with a 566 watt peak, but the main thing is the carbon footprint of the module produced in Europe was significantly lower, let's say, than the competitors. So I think that's an important point, that we can really make modules which are relatively good, but also the carbon footprint that you use to make these modules is significantly lower. So that is one aspect. And the other aspect which I wanted to hint towards is also, which was pointed out by Ari and Arnek also, which is that we can diversify European Union's contribution not only in module production, but also, for instance, in energy yield modeling and simulation, and also, for instance, in the balance of the systems, for instance, developing technologies to improve the life cycle of the power electronic systems, which is not specifically related to modules, but it's an important part of the whole PV system. And there are degradation which happens also to the power electronics, which basically means like the inverters, the charge controllers and other things. And those are usually not very often looked into that seriously from a very photovoltaic point of view. But those really impact the cost of the overall system, and by virtue then they also impact the cost of energy produced, right? So I think those are also things that don't directly, we don't need to compete with others, but then we become very competitive if we really develop these technologies to a certain scale, and they involve power electronics, for instance. So
that's quite clear. Thanks. Mark?
Thank you. First of all, I'm really concerned that nobody put their hand up just now. It's frightening. Does it mean that everything we've been saying over the past 10 years, that we are in an energy transition, that we need to build the industries of the future, is vague? Or is it that people are basically a little bit shy? I hope it's the second, right? No, I'm kind of joking, but it is very concerning to me.
I agree.
I think that one suggestion to the European Commission, who has a very good instrument in terms of measuring its own effectiveness through impact assessments, it would be great to use an impact assessment on the Net Zero Industry Act and the Clean Industrial Deal by measuring the effectiveness of attracting private investment into the net zero industry projects, because at the end of the day, that's what really matters. That's what really gets these projects going. Everything else is irrelevant if we do not get the private investment flowing. So I would really suggest that as an impact assessment instrument in the very short term, because it's been said many, many times, we don't have that much time, that the Commission and the member state governments that are serious about the net zero industry buildup use this parameter or this test, if you like, of looking at whether the large pension funds, insurance companies, and the large investors are deploying the hundreds of millions that we need to build these value chains. I think it's not very difficult. I think there should be an active dialogue between the policymakers and the industry and the large investors, because we all need to work together in order to do this.
Thank you. Sebastian? Online?
Yeah, maybe I have still an echo.
Yeah, but that's
Sorry.
fine here. We
Yeah.
are sorry for you. But
No worries. So maybe this reflects to additional comment to Mark comment. So our customer give us the feedback that they are that the financial situation or the boundary conditions in the European market is not really in their favor, right? They what he mentioned. So they are considering since even years to build up PV production in Europe, but some of them went now to United States, some considering to go to other countries outside of Europe. But there was an Interessensbekundungsverfahren from the German government, from the former German government. There were also kind of initiatives to go to the gigawatt production. But so far, everybody said under these conditions, it really does not make sense for them, and therefore we are they're looking for kind of instruments like PLI, IRA, or others that give them the security. And maybe a comment on the technology. This is given, and we need to go for gigawatt production either on heterojunction TOPCon devices for solar cell. You mentioned before perovskite tandem. For sure, this will become in the future, but you need a reliable 30, 40 gigawatt based technology in Europe before you go for the next gen photovoltaics. But again, for that, you need this defined boundary conditions.
I see two other fast comments, Richard and Roberto. And don't worry for the echo, we don't hear it. Jane Rishap.
Thank you. Okay, there is definitely some echo, and if the room can be turned off, the mic, thank you.
No, but we hear you without any problem.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to raise another point on circularity. There has been a lot of discussions on both deployment, and I think some of my panelists also mentioned about waste management. But given that many countries beyond, of course, the developed countries would also be deploying solar modules at scale, what happens at the end of life remains a big question. Even in India, the regulations are still being developed, and the problems are at a large scale. What I would say, given that there has been a lot of focus in the European countries to develop the technology, can we actively, and this is where ISA can also come in, can we actively think of designing products that are easy to recycle and manage? Currently, for instance, when the EVA is stuck to the solar cell and the solar glass, taking it apart in the recycling process is very, very difficult and requires a lot of chemicals, and we also lose a lot of materials. But can we design our R&D programs, and maybe Europe can take a lead, and then of course you can give the IPs to others on how do we manufacture some of these technologies at scale, which ensures that after 20, 25, 30 years, many countries which will not necessarily be in the best stage to manage these waste do not then have the after impacts of a clean energy technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry not to give you the floor for one last comment. We need to conclude. I would like to conclude myself in 1 minute. The world is increasingly split in two parts. People who have understood that the energy transition will change the world, and people who haven't. Our Chinese friends have understood before everyone else that they needed to invest massively. And we have the choice now in all countries, either we follow or we will simply lose the ability to be present in these industries. And when I'm thinking about these industries, it's not only solar, it's batteries, it's wind, it's solar thermal, it's electrolyzers, and it's everything, including electromobility, which is framing the energy of this world. So we can try to do something else. We can try to go into technologies which are uncompetitive. We can try to go in hoping that new technologies will come, but we are losing simply the ability to compete in this world. For a continent like the European Union, which is a major exporter, it means that progressively we will have nothing more to export. And I would like to conclude with that. I think ISA has been founded with the idea already 10 years ago that solar would become the first source of energy globally, not only of electricity. And 10 years after, it's the case. Solar is the cheapest source of energy in the world. We can produce solar PV in Saudi Arabia for 1 euro cent per kilowatt hour, 1 euro cent per kilowatt hour. We can do it in the south of Europe for a little bit more than 2 euro cents, and even in Germany for 4 to 5. So there is no doubt it will impose itself. So the question is, do we want an industry, or are we ready simply to depend forever on countries that have already stepped in? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gaetan, also for your concluding remarks. I think it was a very stimulating discussion. As you can see, it is my distinct honor to welcome His Excellency Dan Jorgensen, the European Commissioner for Energy and Housing, who will be delivering a special address today. Commissioner Jorgensen has long been at the forefront of the global energy transition. As Denmark's former Minister for Climate, Energy and Utilities, he was instrumental in shaping some of the most ambitious climate policies in the region and accelerating Denmark's green transition. Now, as Commissioner within the European Commission, he brings that same vision and strong commitment to the continental stage. Commissioner Jorgensen's leadership exemplifies the kind of global cooperation and forward-thinking policy rooted in inclusivity and driven by people that our shared climate and energy future demands. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dan Jorgensen.
Thank
Thank you so much for that. I want to start by giving you 2 facts about Belgium, where we are now. Because last year was a record year in Belgium. It was a record year for rainfall. Rained a lot. It always rains a lot in this country. I thought I was leaving Denmark. I thought it cannot become any worse, but it could. But it was also a record year for solar. Solar became the leading source of renewable energy in the national electricity mix here in Belgium, which is really quite remarkable. Now, I want to try and give you the perspectives of the Commission, seen from my desk. What are the biggest challenges that we in the European Union face in the energy sector? And then I want to obviously also allude to how solar can be a part of those very hard challenges that we're facing. One thing that is, of course, on top of mind in Europe right now is security. We have a war on our continent. I was Minister of Energy in Denmark when Russia started the full-scale invasion in February 22. And I can tell you that the first weeks and months I spent most of my time making emergency plans for what we would do if Putin turned off the gas taps. Which companies would we have to close down by force? Which thousands and thousands of workers would we have to send home because there would be no factory to visit in the morning because we would have to close it down? This was a real concern, and it could have happened. And Denmark wasn't even the most exposed country. Many other countries in Europe would have been even worse off. That was really a wake-up call, because it showed us that being so dependent on an energy source from another country is not sustainable. Now, being so dependent on an energy source from another country that's even an enemy is obviously even worse. Add to that we've continued to buy energy from, even though we've decreased significantly, we've continued to buy energy from Russia until now, and thereby indirectly helping filling up the war chest of Kremlin. So it is imperative for us to move away as fast as possible from the dependency on fossil fuels. The most obvious example of that is exactly the gas, oil and coal from Russia. So we got 51% of our coal, 22 from Russia. Now it's 0. We got 27% of our oil, now it's 3. Got 45% of our gas, now it's 13, but going down to 0 very soon. But really, as a union, as a continent, as 27 member states, it's not rational for us to import for more than 300 billion euros of fossil fuels every year. Something that we import and are dependent of and use, and then buy some new and use. Much better for us to produce our own energy, to become independent, both for hardcore security reasons, but also for security of supply reasons. Second challenge, competitiveness. We struggle. And one of the reasons why we struggle in Europe is because our energy prices are 2 to 3 times higher than that of, for instance, China or India or US. Now, if we don't do something about that, we will probably never reach the same levels, but if we don't dramatically reduce our costs of energy, then it's very difficult for us to keep the growth going, provide the prosperity for our people that we want. The third challenge is, of course, climate change. So, climate change is not something that might happen in the future. Climate change is something that happens already now. It's here. I see my Indian friends nodding because in India, I've visited your beautiful country many times, and there it's very, very clear. Climate change is here already, and it's hurting people. We also see it in Europe. Flooding, droughts, heat waves. So climate change is already taking lives. So for that reason, it's a moral imperative for us to keep fighting climate change. And I will even say that compared to the other challenges that we face, I'm sure that one day we will have peace and more stability, and one day our challenges with competitiveness and the trade relations in the world would have stabilized, and we will also, this shall pass, right? But climate change, not in our lifetimes. It's going to be here. What we can do is to reduce it. And if we don't, then it's going to be a catastrophe. The consequences will be so severe. It will undermine our economies. It'll lead to mass migration, natural catastrophes. Really, you know all of this, of course. Okay, so that's a bit of. I don't mean to make you all in a bad mood. Sorry, but this is where we are. The challenges are there. It's a tall order. The good news is there are solutions. There are solutions, and solar is just in the center of all of them. We need to deploy more renewables fast. We need to become more energy efficient fast. So more renewables. The IEA has estimated that from 21 to 23, we saved in Europe around 100 billion euros on newly deployed renewables. Obviously, that number in the years after, we haven't got the calculations yet, but that will be much higher. And every year we do deploy far more renewables than we did the year before, and solar is increasing at a very fast rate. In EU, the solar power costs have decreased by 82% in a decade, from 2010 to 2020, 82%. And right now, globally, in 2023, we saw a price decline of 12% on 1 year. This is amazing with such huge technology. So, at the core of bringing down prices, so I focused on competitiveness because that is the mandate that I've been given, and that is at the core of the mission letter that I've been given by President von der Leyen. But I could have also spoken about energy poverty. Energy poverty is something that we see all over the world. We see it also here in Europe. 46 million people were not able to adequately heat their homes last year. And unless we bring down the prices significantly, then we will not rectify that problem. Obviously, globally, we have huge problems in developing countries where millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people don't have access to electricity. This is one of the most basic needs that obviously all people should have access to, as I would say, a basic right. So again, yes, this is about common sense, rationality, competitiveness, but it's actually also at the end of the day a moral question. Do we want to provide people with affordable, clean energy whilst protecting our planet? Yes, we do. Is it a political question? Well, in a sense it is, but really I struggle to see which political persuasion would actually rationally be able to argue against this. Of course, we know that right now we have one big country on the other side of the Atlantic, where the government doesn't see eye to eye on this. I think personally, I think that that is a big mistake, and I think even for their own sake, it's going to hurt them in the long run. But certainly for the planet, it is also quite worrying, because when the US withdraws from the Paris Agreement, it obviously has effects. But I want to send a very clear signal to you here today, friends. Whilst I thank you for your hard work on solar, which is, as I said, one of the most important parts of the solutions that we need. And that signal is that we believe solar is one of the most important technologies, if not the most important technology for the green transition globally. I already spoke about the power of renewables and the price, but also if we are to become much more energy efficient, what is the best way of becoming more energy efficient? Well, it differs, of course, from parts of our societies, but at the core of this will always almost be electrification. So we need some electrons. Let's get them from solar. And there will be no backtracking on our behalf. If anything, we will be fast tracking. And I look very much forward to continuing the close partnership with you. And I'm so happy that you're here in Brussels today. Unfortunately, I have to run off to another engagement, but I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, on your about your honest view on the challenges we face, but also the good news. We have a solution, solar, and now we have to move from ambition to action. I would now move on to agenda item 10. And then later on, we'll come back to agenda item 9. Next on the agenda are the interventions by member countries. I would now like to invite all member countries of this committee to deliver their country statements specific to the solar energy sector and the activities of the International Solar Alliance. The floor is yours. If you have, I see Spain and Italy.
Thank you, Tobias. Distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to share with you today the progress and ambitions of Spain in the development of the solar energy in the value chain and in general. Spain, as you know, is a global leader in solar photovoltaic energy. Thanks to its exceptional solar resources, a stable and mature regulatory framework, strong political commitment, and decades of work in R&D and industrial development. As of today, solar PV leads our national electricity mix with 33.7 gigawatt of installed capacity, having recently surpassed wind power in the main renewable source as the main renewable source in the country. In fact, in 2023 alone, more than 8.8 gigawatts of new capacity were added, placing Spain as the second largest solar market in Europe after Germany. In addition, 1.7 gigawatts of self-consumption systems were installed, reflecting the strong public support for the energy transition. And yet the potential is far from exhausted. Our solar resource is estimated at an extraordinary 600 gigawatts, especially across rooftops and building facades. Our national target for 2030 is to reach 76 gigawatts of installed solar PV, including 19 gigawatts of self-consumption. With the support of our National Energy and Climate Plan, Spain will mobilize 300 billion by 2030, 37% of which will be allocated to renewable energy. For the fifth consecutive year, Spain is leading solar PPAs market in Europe. Regarding the global value chain, we are fully aware of the challenge facing the industry and in an increasing complex international environment. That is why, aligned with the European Union vision, we are strengthening our competitiveness, consolidating a strong national industrial base, and promoting targeted incentives for the value chain for local manufacturing and emerging applications such as floating PV, agrivoltaics, infrastructure, integrated systems, and energy communities. Spain can produce up to 60% of the value of a solar PV plant. Our companies are highly competitive globally in the manufacturing of inverters, solar trackers, and mounting structures, with a presence in over 90 countries. However, there is still work to be done to strengthen technological sovereignty and local production in the remaining parts of the supply chain. In 2023, the solar sector contributed with 18,000 billion to our national GDP and invested over 600 million in R&D. Moreover, achieving a massive integration of solar energy in Spain hinges on reinforcing grid stability, resilience, and preparedness, improving international interconnections, promoting off-grid solutions, especially in our island territories, as well as accelerating the role of our energy storage. Indeed, Spain is making firm progress in grid planning as well as in the development of hybrid systems and batteries, with the goal of reaching 22.5 gigawatts of storage by 2030, starting from a current base of 7.6 gigawatts. Lastly, ensuring greater security and autonomy in access to critical raw materials is a top priority. To this end, we are advancing both in circular economy measures and in the sustainable exploitation of domestic resources within the framework of the EU Critical Raw Materials Regulation and the corresponding National Action Plan, currently under development for 25-29. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that international cooperation and collaboration between countries and industry stakeholders are essential to tackling shared challenges and achieving our climate and industrial goals. Spain is fully committed to this task, and give our support to ISA, and which will no doubt help shape the global future of solar energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Next is Italy, and I see Armenia then next, and Moldova. Is that correct? Did you? Okay, thank you.
So first of all, thanks again for promoting these activities in the Alliance. As you know, renewable energy sources are a crucial element in the Italian energy system. As Commissioner said, renewable energy represent the possibility to be also independent for the future, and moreover to have a resilient grid for the future. In 2024, renewable energies cover over 41% of the electricity demand in Italy, with a big contribution of solar, because you know Italy is also called the country of sun. And this data increase our capability to be resilient and to increase national security. In 2024, Italy installed 7.5 gigawatt of new capacity, and over 5 gigawatt represent the photovoltaic sector. The idea is also to increase this percent with the use also of the energy community system. That is a good example, in my opinion, of new kind of smart grid. This result was made thanks to new policy that promote the active role of consumer as prosumers, as I told you. The idea behind the energy community is to change the idea of the common citizen, not only one that is able to use energy, but also one that can be an actor inside the energy landscape. Then we have the agrivoltaics is also becoming increasingly important for Italy, as these technologies not only allow us to produce solar energy, but also to support the agriculture sector. Agriculture sector can be an alliance in the fight of climate change, helping us to produce food and electricity at the same time. According to the net zero scenario of the International Energy Agency, solar energy is expected to become the world's largest source of electricity by 2030. To achieve this result, we must work together to build reliable, sustainable and efficient supply chains. For this reason, for example, Enel is working to create a big plant to produce photovoltaic panel in the south part of Italy, in Sicily. At the same time, it is important to develop a key interconnection project with the neighbors countries, looking in the entire Mediterranean area. So looking in the European countries that we can find in the Mediterranean area, but also in the north part of Africa. And this is one of the pillars of the Mattei plan. All of this requires more international cooperation, and we believe that using also this our alliance, we can cooperate around the world with all the countries that are interested in this kind of project. Once again, let me commend the work of ESA and underline that Italy is ready to give her contribution inside this. We want to really be engaged in this work, and we are ready to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Armenia.
Thank you. Director General, distinguished colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude for organizing this meeting and extend warm greetings to all participants, wishing fruitful and productive discussions in the days ahead. Climate change and environmental degradation present a huge challenge to the world. To overcome these challenges, efficient use of resources is important by moving to a green and climate-neutral economy. The energy transition is fundamental to achieving this objective while maintaining the sustainable development goals within reach. Allow me to provide brief information about recent developments in the energy sector of Armenia. Renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy saving are the important directions for the development of the energy sector. Adhering to the UN's 2040 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly Goal 7, access to affordable, clean, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, and the Paris Agreement, Armenia is making continuous efforts to create an attractive investment environment and a legislative framework for the economic development of the potential of renewable energy. In 2021, the government of Armenia adopted the Energy Sector Development Strategy Program to 2040, in which the main priorities and actions for the development of the energy system were unified and outlined. Works towards creation of new capacities as well as modernization and upgrade of existing capacities and infrastructure are continuing. In this context, it is planned to build about 1,000 megawatt of solar plants by 2030, plus the construction of solar power plants with a capacity of 500 megawatt connected to storage stations upon necessity, as well wind power stations with a total capacity of 500 megawatt for the period 2030 till 2040. Thus, it is planned to increase the capacity of solar and wind power plants to at least 2,000 megawatt by 2040. As a result, the share of electricity produced from renewable energy sources is gross final electricity consumption, including large hydropower plants, will reach about 50% in 2030 and 60% in 2040. As of May 1st, 2025, we already have 37,465 autonomous solar plants in operation with a total capacity of 485 megawatt. Masic 1 industrial scale solar plant with a capacity of 55 megawatt was put in operation in May 2025. As for wind energy, currently the potential of wind energy is being studied to build wind farms of small and systematic significance up to 500 megawatt. In addition, under international trends, Armenia is interested in developing green hydrogen, both of the implementation of technological solutions and production cost. Studies are carried out related to assessment of green hydrogen potential in Armenia, including green hydrogen production from carbon neutral electricity generation, its domestic use, potential export possibilities at interest. Finally, in order to significantly reduce dependence on imported gas and increase the share of electricity produced from renewable energy resources, especially from solar plants, it will be necessary to build a storage station with a total installed capacity of 1,200 megawatt, which will store electricity for 6 hours and return it to the grid in the same way. ISA's evolving strategy now pivots around 4 foundational pillars: catalytic finance, integrated institutional strategy, technology roadmap, and policy innovation and digitalization and artificial intelligence. The results of a situational analysis conducted to scale up the use of renewable energy sources highlighted the importance of ensuring the policy and institutional approaches, the collective priorities of the region in ISA's global solar agenda need collective efforts, deepening of regional cooperation, financing new technologies, innovation, and capacity building. In conclusion, Armenia looks forward to actively engaging in solar cooperation efforts to contribute to the shared goal of sustainable development. We are confident that our collaboration with ISA and all partners will be both constructive and impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Armenia. Moldova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Allow me to start with the expression of gratitude for this first occasion of our engagement in this format following the signing of the ISA Framework Agreement, and to underscore our intent of being involved in a greater measure in the proceedings within ISA, particularly within this committee. I would also like to inform our fellow representatives that this morning our government approved the draft law on the ratification of the ISA Framework Agreement, meaning that after its passage in Parliament and its signing by the President, the Republic of Moldova will become a full-fledged member of the International Solar Alliance shortly. When it comes to the solar energy writ large, we have seen repeatedly throughout the recent years, during the multiple energy crises that we had to experience due to the energy blackmail and the incidents of weaponization of energy supplies that we were subjected to, how it contributed extremely tangibly to our energy security and how much it scaled up in the face of adversity that our energy sector has faced. Just to give you a couple of numbers, within last 4 years, our overall renewable installed capacity grew up 8-fold, and specifically the solar, fourfold. Also today, we are announcing the results of our first ever renewable auction, for which 105 megawatt of solar capacity were allocated. And we are in the process of preparing the framework for a new renewables plus storage auction that will commence by the end of the year. Despite a very tough winter that our country has faced in 2024-2025, we are both combining the development of solar in our country with our objective of the European integration. Namely, in the action plan for energy independence and resilience of Moldova that was agreed with the European Commission in February, we put an ambitious target of full electricity market coupling with the EU by 2027. And increasing our renewables generation, together with interconnections, is the core of this plan. And namely, according to the National Energy and Climate Plan that we adopted, we took upon ourselves to raise our share of renewables generation by 30% by 2030. To conclude, we want to emphasize that the support of bodies like ISA can and will be crucial for countries experiencing significant challenges of security of supply, like Moldova, to literally, I'm not underselling it, make miracles when it comes to energy security, because we started as a country that was 100% dependent on supply for Russian gas just 3 years ago. And last April, we were a country that had 36% of our total electricity consumption covered by renewables. And of that 36%, 2/3 from solar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, especially for sharing all your interventions. I ask the Secretariat to take note of all the inputs from Spain, Italy, Armenia, and Moldova. And yeah, with that, I think we now go to.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for that.
Sorry, no, my fault of coming in late.
No
I
worries.
do not wish to delay proceedings. Only really to thank you very much indeed for this forum today, and for chairing it so well. But also wish to express the United Kingdom's continuing support for the ISA. But don't just take my word for it. With your colleagues' help, we have a video which will be broadcast shortly from His Majesty's High Commissioner in India, Miss Lindy Cameron. Thank you very much.
As the British Deputy High Commissioner to India, it is an honour to be delivering a message at the International Solar Alliance Regional Committee for the Europe and Others region. Solar energy is at the heart of the UK's clean energy mission. The UK's 2030 Clean Power Action Plan calls for a rapid acceleration of solar deployment from around 17 gigawatts at present to between 45 to 47 gigawatts by 2030. When Ed Miliband, the UK's Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, visited India in February, he was struck by the Honourable Prime Minister's ambitious Surya Ghar scheme. Deploying rooftop solar remains a key priority, both in the UK and in India. It continues to be one of the most popular and easily deployed renewable energy sources. Rooftop solar will play an important role in the drive for cleaner energy and lower bills, aiding millions of households and businesses. The International Solar Alliance is an excellent example of how India is harnessing this ambition to support the Global South. And the UK remains a proud member of the ISA and will continue to support its ambition of creating 1,000 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. In addition, the UK is determined to work with others and in the spirit of multilateralism to accelerate energy transition, including through our Global Clean Power Alliance. This alliance sees developed and developing countries with high clean power ambitions working together on the shared mission to accelerate the global deployment of clean power. Together, with initiatives such as the ISA and the GCPA, we can accelerate the clean energy transition and tackle the significant challenges to delivering clean power. I therefore wish you all a very successful regional committee.
Thank you very much. And I, of course, did not want to neglect the comment from the UK, but thank you for the good contribution. And And I think with that, we can now come back to agenda item 9. The preparations for the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and Others region. As you saw today, the regional committee meetings are important platforms to bring us all together and synchronize our sustainable development goals, especially focusing on regional priorities for clean energy transition. I urge our members to view this as an opportunity to bolster the clean energy agenda and support the Secretariat in convening the regional committee meetings in the future. I invite comments and inputs from members for the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and the Others region to be convened in 2026. I see Italy. No, it's an old flag. Okay. In the absence of any comments, I think I will pass the floor to the DG.
Thank you, Chair. The regional committee meetings serve as a vital forum for ISA member countries to exchange experiences, align regional priorities, and advance collaborative action towards a just and inclusive clean energy transition. These engagements are instrumental in shaping region-specific strategies while reinforcing our shared global objectives. I encourage Europe and other member countries to continue viewing these meetings as an opportunity to deepen our cooperation and reaffirm our support. I would also like to mention that I did not mention before that we at ISA are really furthering the support with EU in evaluating and looking at opening up a second office of ISA in EU. That's also an option that is under active consideration. In this regard, I finally conclude by saying that the 7th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Europe and Other Regions is proposed to be held in June 2026. I welcome comments and suggestions from member countries on this proposal and look forward to your continued engagement. Thank you.
Okay, in the absence of any further comments, we shall proceed with the next agenda item, which brings us to agenda item 11, any other business. I invite members to raise any other matter of urgent importance for the consideration of this committee, or the assembly to be convened later in the year on 4th of November 2025. I see no comments. So that brings us to agenda item 12, the last point on the agenda, the closing of the meeting. As we close the meeting, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for your active engagement, participation, thoughtful interventions, and the spirit of partnership throughout our meeting. I also want to express my gratitude to the Director General, whose inspiring leadership has already infused new energy into ISA's mission. His strategic vision is setting the course for deeper engagement with us as member countries, enhanced program delivery, and accelerated scaling of solar solutions worldwide. The meeting has once again provided us with a platform to exchange perspectives on the evolving role of solar energy in addressing climate change, energy security, economic development. And I think the discussions today, ranging from catalytic financing, digital transformation to the global solar value chain, have reaffirmed the importance of regional collaboration within the setting of ISA. As chair, I'm confident that the outcomes of this meeting will help inform ISA's priorities in the months ahead and strengthen our collective resolve to accelerate the global solar transition. Before we conclude, I warmly invite you all to engage in the side sessions that are scheduled during the remainder of this meeting, covering critical themes like green hydrogen, catalytic finance, artificial intelligence, and digitization. These topics represent the cutting edge of the clean energy transition and offer tremendous opportunities for collaboration and innovation. I hope that at the end of these days, you leave Brussels inspired, united, and determined to harness the full potential of solar energy as a driver of sustainable development, economic empowerment, and climate resilience. Thank you once again, and I wish you all a safe journey ahead after the end of the meeting. And I hand over the floor to Aditya.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And we are delighted for you to join us today. But we have more in order. At 2:30, we shall have a session on catalytic financing for Africa, pathways to effective operationalization and scaled impact. But before that, we shall break for lunch. I would also like to invite the Honorable Chair, the Vice Presidencies, both the Federal Republic of Germany and the Italian Republic, to join in for a press conference that we have. The others, esteemed delegates also who would like to join the press conference are invited to please join us at the Konrad Adenauer, right at the corner of this floor for the press briefing. All other delegates are please welcome to join in for lunch that is arranged right outside this room where you had your break for coffee. But before that, may I request all of you to join us for a group photograph at the reception lobby at the ground floor before we proceed for lunch and before we proceed for the press briefing. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
I just want to ask that Aditya, Shishir, and their team have done a fabulous job. So thank you so much. A big round of applause for all.
So